Seven minutes past the hour. Welcome in. It is the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We'll update you on news of the weekend, jump into our personal lives. Kind of a standard morning here where we just hop around, shoot the bull, have a good time with you. You can always chime in if you'd like because you help produce this hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so Rick is in studio today. Bubba's still down in Florida. We'll explain all of that as he went down for the shuttle launch that was scrapped. So he's made the most of it, but we'll talk about that. Probably hear from him today as well. All that on the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, let's bring them in. It's the Good Time Gang. We're here. Eddie Van Adler's got TV, and over to my right is Greg and Helmsy. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey.
Slow motion, but getting
slow.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, starting to get it going.
Getting it together.
Like a sloth this morning. I got out of bed.
Really?
Ooh, yeah. And it hadn't really changed. It's just kind of been I don't know. It's not like me. I'll get through it. I'll get out of it. I'll get out of it.
You'll get it going.
It's going to take a minute.
Yeah.
Not every day's a chipper day firing around, you know.
Okay.
It's
Are
not.
you talking to yourself?
I am.
Okay. All right.
But on those tough days, you got to make yourself go a little bit.
You do.
You need to pull out like a little pocket mirror. You remember?
Yeah.
And just kind of look into your say, all right, Helmsy, here we go.
Real
you
slow.
Can do it.
Real slow today.
Really?
Pick up the pace, Helms. Here
all
we go,
right,
kid.
We go.
Pick it up.
Pick it up. So the World Series goes back to Houston.
That's part of my problem.
Yeah,
Staying up and
do,
watching baseball too late.
Yeah, well, at one point I said it's not worth it. About 9:30, I said I got to get dialed in for tomorrow because, just get ready for tomorrow, get some things in order. I can't sit here and just keep watching this game.
I know.
And when the Braves went down 7-5, I was like, okay, that's it. I've got to move on. Hope y'all come back, but I just can't do it. And wake up this morning seeing that they lost, 9-5.
I told the family it was the same score when I went to bed. I want to say it was in the 6th, and it was close to 10.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what? This game is probably going to be around 12 to 10 by the time it's over. And so I can't do it. I got to go to bed.
Yeah.
The pitching changes were ridiculous. Constant pitching changes.
I'm done with. I want to watch it, but I can't. I can't watch it because it's during the week.
I know.
I can't watch 4 hours of baseball and get up when we get up.
We
it's
would like
possible.
them to start earlier than they do.
So I enjoyed watching over the weekend, but that's all. I'll not be able to. I'll watch it start and then I'll watch the highlights the next day. So I'm not. If they do win one and get in the big pig pile, I ain't gonna see it. I always like that.
Right? Yeah, you like that.
But
that's good.
I just can't stay up till midnight.
No, there's no way.
No. You have to make. And for those of you that are watching it or listening live, you understand this. You have to make a decision. Is it worth it?
Yeah.
And it just wasn't worth it. I was like, okay, I'm going to bed.
I don't really think there's a whole lot, unless my kids are involved or my wife is involved, there's really no sense in me being up past a certain time.
No, there's really not. No. So it goes back. The Braves up 3-2. It goes back for Game 6 and 7 in Houston. They got a day off for travel, and then it'll crank back up Tuesday night.
We got 900 pitching changes. We take
thank God,
5 minutes between pitches.
Imagine if it was like the old time where you didn't have to go to 3 batters or finish out an inning.
Oh, I know.
You'd really have your own games.
But I'm just, the guy standing there adjusting his gloves while we're looking at everybody in the stands. That guy's playing the organ, and then he'll step back in there.
Yeah.
I'm like, God, get in the batter's box. What are you doing?
Come on, man.
Ridiculous. Oh, look, there's the guy eating popcorn. Look at him. Oh, look, there's a guy dressed up like a spaceman in Braves colors.
Yeah.
Did you see him?
I did.
Well, when Adam Duvall hit
a
grand slam in the first inning, I thought, well, my gosh, what atmosphere. And then
I know.
The Braves.
The battery went nuts, didn't it? You know that outside.
Yeah. Did you hear?
I love when they're all sitting outside. They go crazy.
They said there was estimated 130,000 people on the property last night.
Good night, alive.
When you include the stands and the battery,
that's something.
And the restaurants and everything around.
And they got that grand slam early, and that was pretty much it.
Yeah.
Well, Freddie hit one.
Freddie hit one 460 foot.
He did. He really did.
Good
He got all
night.
that one. But you thought when Adam hit that early, you were like, okay, now it's early.
It is.
But then Houston kind of just starts
chip away.
Get one, get two, get one, bam.
But anyway, so it's 3-2 Braves. They go back to Houston. It's the World Series. Atlanta, they win 2 out of 3 there, and so we'll see. A lot of people are like, all Houston needed to do was get it back to Houston, and then now they got it. But we'll see how it works out. I don't know. This is where Charlie getting hurt is going to affect the Braves.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that all plays itself out.
It really affected them, I guess, last night.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. You look at the Houston's been there. They were down 3-1 to the Red Sox and came back. Nobody thought they would.
No.
Yeah.
So you get it back in Houston. That seems to go well for them.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
We've also got a lot of other sports out there. I think y'all help me on this. I know that the AP came out with their top 25, but doesn't the first official poll come out tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah. And so a lot a lot of hey, this is
college football playoff.
But we'll see how that shakes up. But there's a couple of stories with college football. Saturday night, I was a mess. I was flipping it around between Mississippi State and Kentucky.
How about that?
Auburn and Ole Miss, and then the World Series. I was flipping it around.
And when all of those were either in a commercial break or halftime, you had Ohio State and Penn State.
You did, which I gave really nothing.
It was hard for me to give that.
I gave it very little. Yeah. I will tell you this though: a great game earlier in the day. Was Michigan and Michigan State.
It was.
I thought
Can't believe they
was walking
come back.
off with it at one point.
Michigan State came back.
You know why you thought they great? They were.
I know. I was like,
it was like the greatest comeback
in
the history of those two teams.
Right. I missed it.
And then Florida and Georgia was a disappointment.
Oh yeah. I saw the highlights. It was like 2 minutes before the half.
Yes.
It was close. And then, they give up like 14 points in 2 minutes.
Picks and we're throwing interceptions. Yeah. We're just a mess if you're Florida. And
Dan Mullen with a weird press conference. Did you see him
I did.
Holding on the rope, not fight? It was weird.
Nestler and Danielson both agreed. Of course, people hate them, but I love them. I think they do a fantastic job. But they said that in all the years that they've been calling college football, sports in general, they've never seen a game turn in a short amount of period of time. What you're talking about,
it was crazy.
Never, in their history of calling games.
It was like 10-7. I mean, it was
a close game. Yeah, and then before you knew it, it was a blowout. You're like, what in the world? You're looking around. What happened? So 15 minutes past the hour. So when it comes to sports, there's a lot out there. We'll look back at that and see how everybody kind of watched or listened to the games. Then this week, we got a pretty busy week this week as well with a lot of action going on. UAB plays again. They had an off week. So they got a home game. I think an 11 a.m. kick on Saturday. And so that's back in my world.
Back, go stadium.
Yeah, let's do it.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. All right, so let's give an update on Bubba, and then when the main show starts, Rick will join us, and then we'll jump into it a little bit deeper and maybe even hear from Bubba today real quickly to get an update. So you talking about can't have nothing. All right, so he goes down for the launch, right? And then was it the weather? When did it get scrubbed to? Do you know?
That was early. I don't know because he sent us a text. I want to say it was Friday night or Saturday. It might have been Saturday night. It was Saturday night, and he said it's scrubbed.
Right.
And so at first I didn't know if that meant, well, he's just done and coming home.
Right.
Because the way he worded it was we're still going to Kennedy Space Center and we're still getting a tour and all these things. Betty's with him.
Yeah.
Little date night. So I'm thinking all this, but then I get the text that he may not be back until later on, a couple days into the week. So is he just going, we're here until the baby launches?
Well, I don't know because I think that's where the confusion lies. I don't know if he's just, hey, I'm out tomorrow. That was today,
right?
And I'll be back. And I just hate we missed it, but we've had a good time down here. And dadgummit,
yeah.
Or to your point, when's it being scrubbed?
When does he finally?
Which one was it launching? I mean, there's so many of them now. Which
this was Elon Musk's bunch.
Okay.
SpaceX.
Yeah.
SpaceX.
And,
I guess that's an easy Google. When's SpaceX launching again?
Well, and here's the point, or here's the problem with that is these things get scrubbed all the time. They get pushed hours, days. So at what point does he go, all right, I've had enough. I got to get back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if they were to scrub it today or tomorrow, I don't know when the official date is. I think it's
it's delayed to Wednesday. I'm sitting here looking at it. It says here it's this Atlantic front that's coming through.
Well, he might
or
well
whatever.
take a week.
It says it says NASA and SpaceX delayed the launch until Wednesday due to weather conditions.
All right, so that's like what is that Wednesday at like in the morning? So it'd be like tomorrow night, right?
It says the Wednesday launch is scheduled to take place at Kennedy Space Center. And the backup plan will be to launch Thursday.
All right, let me ask you this. When was listen. When was that published? Has he seen that yet is my question. So he might have went to bed and that wasn't published yet.
That was on Halloween night at about 7:30 Central.
Okay, so he should have been still up and new at that point. But you never know with that one.
And I'll tell you this, the Thursday backup plan, it says 12:47 a.m. So that's that's overnight, Wednesday overnight into Thursday.
He's either going to miss the launch or he's going to take the whole week.
Yeah,
it looks like
it. You have a decision to make. All right, do I just come on back or do we stay till Wednesday?
That's a silly job thing.
Who cares about that?
That's just a job.
But so anyway, there's your update.
I guess you got to go, how bad do I want to see a launch?
Right.
Yeah.
And I noticed Rick's text last night said, you better not come back until you've seen a launch.
Yeah.
So
I heard he had dinner with Elon Musk.
That'd be tough.
He did get to do that.
Well, and here's the thing, too. They keep scrubbing it. There's only so much you can do down there.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
you can only go look at the shuttle. How many
He's had a tour of the Kennedy Space Center. I mean, what else can you do?
Right.
He was Willie Ralph, but yeah, I mean.
Well, so we'll see if
he's on cloud nine, having a good time.
Oh yeah. I'm sitting here looking at some of this is kind of boring, and here's what they'll be doing because I know Greg don't want to hear that, but it says the weather is looking pretty good for Wednesday, so they feel like they'll make that that schedule, but the backup plan would be
Today's Monday.
Overnight.
Early too.
So,
long way to go.
And so the decision will be made. Well, we just missed it, or we're staying. And I think he needs to stay.
I do too, simply because these things you don't get these opportunities much, and he loves this.
He
This
may
is his
scrub it
world.
to next week. He might.
What if we didn't know it, but he was part of the 3-person crew, and we had no idea.
us.
We had no idea.
And right now they were just trying to adjust the suit so it'll fit him.
Yeah, I know. I had to order a new one.
Yeah, I had to order a new one because they had the wrong size.
They were going off his height.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay.
And all of a sudden they come walking out, and you know how they do. They come walking out, and he's in the middle of them, and he's just waving at us.
Well, now that would make sense.
Huh?
Oh boy.
All right, so there's your update for those of you that are wondering. So Bubba not in studio today. He's down
He may have to file
for the
homestead
SpaceX launch.
in our salon.
Well, that's another.
I wonder
thing.
if Woody's got to get back and work.
I don't know. Where is that?
Yeah, Woody might be part of the crew. You never know.
Yeah.
And I know he doesn't.
No, he'll
worry about,
leave. If this thing don't launch soon, he'll leave. He's out of
Hey,
there.
it's no slow motion anymore. All I need was you.
Okay, all right, that's
I'm
it.
there
That's all
now.
you needed.
Yeah.
All right. But that's the classic. You can't have nothing. So he went down there and he thought he was going to have a launch with no
Yeah.
problems, and then be back.
Don't forget,
and not miss the show hardly at all.
Let's not miss the fact that he left early on Friday.
Oh yeah,
It's not like he left Saturday.
Yeah.
No.
Like in the afternoon or
No,
whatever.
you got to get on down there.
Well, yeah.
Still sitting there.
Hey, got a launch to
You
get
told
to.
me hurry up to wait.
Yeah, and looking around.
Yeah. So what do y'all think he does? All right, if y'all had to predict.
I think he stay. I think the fact that Betty's there with him helps. I think they stay.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he should stay. I think he should. If
Yeah. I mean,
now if they
you're that
push
close.
it till Friday, Saturday, you know,
Yeah.
then but I'd go ahead and stay. Why
Right.
not?
Somebody said it was going to be right after Christmas, and he was going to stay down there till after
Yeah,
Christmas.
he is. He's going to spend Christmas there.
Uh,
Maybe New Year's.
Oh wait a minute! Just got a text from Bubba. Hey Helms, can you knock out 12 working days of Christmas?
Okay,
I'll
yeah.
be here till January.
Yeah.
And go by and see the kids down at Auburn if you don't mind every now and then. Just make
Check on
them
them.
feel loved. All right, so there's your update. 27 minutes past the hour. Other stories out. Things going on this past weekend. A lot of y'all. You talking about a lot of traveling. I went from going to Huntsville a lot to going down to Mobile for
All right, so I
for
didn't
a
make that
football
up.
game, and did
lot
not
of
go
traveling.
the way we wanted. And at one point you find yourself sitting out there in the wind. It started to rain at one point. And you're like, so we drove 4 hours for this. But that's just, hey, that's the way it goes. So playoffs start this weekend, a little different atmosphere.
Oh,
Got
yeah.
a little home game.
Home game.
But these, and I know I'm not going to rehash this, so please don't anybody roll your eyes and go, here they go again. I want to pull over slow left lane drivers. I really wish I could pull them over, almost like just, hey, y'all get over here, and just interview them. And just, and just go, hey, what are you doing and where are you going?
Yeah. Well,
You know what I'm saying? Why are you here? You've got a line backed up. I think we're counting 15 cars. So then what ends up happening? People start panicking and making stupid decisions, cutting people off, and they don't ever get out of the way. I just want to interview them. If I could have one request,
one sit
just
down.
interview them. Almost like at an exit ramp. Maybe
Go,
just,
at what point do you not feel everybody stacked up behind you?
yeah, I don't understand
Yeah.
these people. I think we had to drive from Birmingham to Mobile, Alabama, and at one point we were somewhere about maybe an hour and a half north of Mobile, guys, and straight up there were so many cars behind this one slow left-hand driver. They crested the hill, and I think I counted like 25 cars,
Yeah.
and then you got some of America's finest truck drivers. They're in the right lane, so you can't get around this person. I just want to interview them. Could I make just one request and interview them, please, Greg?
Sure.
Please, Helmsy.
Take a notepad. I want to know what the answer
Just
is.
what who taught you how to drive, and where are you going today? What's your plan?
And do you not see the speed limit?
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. As we roll on back, Burgess is in the house. Rick Burgess is here. Bubba down still in Orlando. SpaceX was supposed to launch this past weekend, and it got scrubbed to Wednesday. So now the decision is: does he stay or does he go? Come back. We're encouraging him to stay. I mean, because if you're down there,
this is a once in a lifetime deal. You might as well wait it out as long as it takes.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, I wouldn't push it till next week, but if it's going to be a few days, then I'd say,
look, that's just 2 sleeps.
Yeah, that's
you know
all
what I mean.
It is. Yeah.
That's what my kids.
I mean, we'll have a
my
World.
kids always used to want to know where they were going. How many sleep?
We'll have a World Series
That's
winner
2.
by then, but sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
There you go.
So we'll update y'all on that. Probably hear from him today and get an idea what he's doing.
The random things that I find around here, like this pen, for instance. I saw this pen. Greg's been using it.
Oh, it's a good pen.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know whose pen it is?
It's got a goat farm or something.
Whispering Hickory Goat Farm.
Yeah.
And I just wonder what's going on there today.
A lot of work.
A lot of these.
A lot of work. That's a good goat, Greg.
Glad you like that.
Just
A lot
just
of
found
milking.
a pen.
You think when he walks out of the barn, they go, "Hey, feed me."
Yeah, I keep forgetting, and every now and then I look at the pen, and it says, "Oh, it's a goat farm."
Yeah, how about that?
Pretty good pen.
Like the name of the farm too.
Yeah.
Whispering Goat Farm.
What if we all talk
Whispering
like
Hickory.
goats, and that's how we did? Welcome back. I don't know what that was. All right.
And we were on the farm. Hey, I'm just looking. What I'm looking at here. It's getting
we
winter.
go.
Winter's eventually going to get here.
Chicken dinner.
Oh, winter's coming.
We always worry about snow.
Isn't that what they said?
That's
in,
on Game of Thrones.
there you go.
Yeah,
Winter's
Great.
coming.
I miss Game of Thrones. Anyway,
winter's coming.
Alaska, or this part of Alaska. Listen to the forecast. Sunday, 72 to 78 inches of snow. Sunday night,
I thought you were about to say 72, 78 degrees.
No. Sunday night, 27 to 33 inches of snow.
Good
And
night,
Monday,
live.
17 to 33 inches of snow. 12 feet of snow they're expecting.
Hey, off the grid building or whatever, y'all ever get locked into those shows? And they're always saying, man, we got to hurry. We got 3 weeks before the snow gets here. And that's what they're talking
That's
about right
what,
there.
yeah, those areas like that.
They're
But
trying, man,
why a human would want to live there, I'm not sure.
Uh-huh.
What would make you go, I tell you where I'm moving,
Why a human would want to live there.
to that place where it snows more
Well,
than
I got one. You hiding from somebody.
Good
Yeah.
point.
Or you love to be out on your own. Huh?
You're a weirdo.
Well, I went there. Y'all knew, this was
Yeah, but
coming.
you didn't do that.
No, I didn't. But I will tell you this: when it's nice, it's nice. It's real nice.
Yeah, this was in some mountain range,
Okay.
just outside of
Yeah.
Anchorage. It's not like, but there are people that
Hey,
live there.
But when
Of course, there are.
when it's really nice, in the evenings it's in the 50s, and it gets up to about 60, maybe 65 during the day, and that's when we called it good. And that's when I went. Was it July? I went.
I think it
can't
was.
Yeah, something.
Yeah,
like
July
that.
or August.
But yeah, when it's bad, it's pretty bad.
It's bad.
It's bad.
I'll sometimes get locked in those off the grids.
I do too.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It's seasonal for me.
I
Don't know why.
try to picture what it's like.
Yeah.
So you mean every time you got to use the bathroom,
I know.
you got to get out of your warm little house and go over.
To your compost or whatever.
Yeah, which is on the other side of the yard, and just to use the
I just-
bathroom.
I don't see the point, but that's me. But
Mm-mm. I mean, picture if you're watching a ball game and you got to use the restroom and you got to get dressed again
I know.
and to go out and use the bathroom. And then you never know what's going to come walking through your yard.
Oh,
Somebody-
yeah,
somebody
my
eat you.
goodness. I'm just going
Yeah.
to, come take over your house.
Won't find you for months.
It's crazy. But I don't know what the attraction is. Like I say, you're either running from somebody or you hate people and you don't want to see anybody. You just want to live by yourself.
Right.
Stink. They all stink.
They don't know it though, because
That's a
nobody's
good
there to
point.
tell.
Nobody can tell them.
Yeah,
The people stink.
Well, because they don't get to bathe a lot.
but it doesn't
Hey,
matter.
You're going to get rusty if you don't bathe.
Yeah,
You know that. Rusty rump.
I had a home run this past weekend at the house.
460 footer like Freeman.
Yeah.
Ready.
And,
Then they got it hammered.
you done?
Easy.
Had your little sip. Had your little
No
sip.
way they win. They're done, by the way.
Greg, you're not supposed to say that.
Oh,
Don't
you're
speak to
a
that.
sniff ender.
It's hard to go to Houston. I'll tell you that. I'll say that with. I'll be there with you for sure.
We knew they weren't going to win all three in Atlanta. That's not possible.
Sniff
Well,
again.
no, I know.
Sniff again.
No, you're right.
So it's, I don't know.
Yeah, they did what they're supposed to do the first time against Houston, win one there.
That's right.
And then take 2 of 3 at home. That's what you do.
Mm-hmm.
That's an ideal scenario.
Yeah.
And now you just hope you can take one more.
Yeah, that's it.
On the road.
I was trying reverse mojo. But
Okay,
anyway.
all right. But I got lucky at the house this past weekend.
Well, good for you. I don't know if anybody business, but you go ahead.
I don't know. I'd be announcing it.
I don't know about radio.
Well, I was just talking about
See, Amanda Speedy talks about it.
All right, then.
Terry made another birthday cake for JC because when his birthday fell, not everybody was at the house. And, of course, the birthday cake she made was just absolutely tore up, all right, just demolished. Well, this past weekend, Tyler was in town, Reese was home, I was there, and so she made another one. And I'm talking about it's the, three-layered chocolate cake. I mean, just tons of
Good
icing.
stuff.
And so we all got pretty lucky because it was not just one, but 2 birthday cakes for JC. So I told him, I said, hey, if we could just all miss the original and then we could get 2 out of everything, let's do it.
Starting the
But last night we celebrated his birthday again. And I was like, do we sing
Y'all
happy
sing
birthday?
again? That's
Do
what I
we?
was
What do
gonna
we do? Do we sing happy birthday again? And the decision was made. Yes, we do.
Well, you got a birthday cake.
So it was
you
like
must sing.
it was like Marty JC.
So he had a double.
He did. He did have a double. Rick brought to the table years and years ago that they when it's your birthday, it's a celebration all week. It's like Mardi Gras. It's like, it's Marty and then whoever. And he really got a Marty JC this week. He really did. So happy birthday again to him. Can't believe he's 20. Still can't believe it. Still cannot believe he's 20. You want to know what else? I can't believe it's November.
I know.
You realize it's November the 1st
Sticks
if you're
to you.
listening live.
11.
Wow.
Did y'all have many trick-or-treaters? I know you didn't,
Not one.
Greg. Did you?
Not one.
Really? Did you have the light off, though?
No, they can't.
But I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, we
Did
had
you?
lights on because we had,
Okay.
you out there taking Coco out, and all the kids are somewhere last night. It was actually a good Halloween for us.
Okay.
Halloween, however you say it.
Halloween.
Halloween. Caroline went with her friends to do something with trick-or-treating.
Uh-huh.
Maddie went with one of her friends. It was a drop-off at 4:15.
Okay.
Don't pick up till 8:30.
Yeah.
Awesome. And Braden was with his group. He got about 6 of them, and they watched Braves and the World Series and a little bit of football. And they all wore jerseys like they were going trick-or-treating, but I don't think they ever did. I think they just played basketball and hung out. We had a night where it was just for 3 or 4 hours, it's just us hanging out, watching the World Series.
Well, we had a house full, but it was, like I said, all the boys. They had a friend or two over watching football and baseball. But we didn't have it steady throughout the entire night. It came in spurts. Like there was this one, I guess, 15-minute time period where there was this big group. And look, I get it, because there's some neighborhoods that are better to walk than others. There were so many kids. You couldn't see the grass in our front yard. And we don't have a very big front yard, but that's how many kids. It was just one after another. Trick or treat. That's just, what are you today? It was a very one uncomfortable moment when I asked this one person what they were, and they went, "I'm a girl." And it was a boy dressed as a girl.
Serious?
Yeah, and I was like, I didn't know what that was
That's
about.
the scariest costume you saw.
Well, I wasn't sure about
Frankenstein's nothing.
it. Well, I mean, it just scared me. I don't know if that was part of his delivery, which was really good because he kind of smiled at me. But there was all kinds of
Did you
things.
have kids that came, but you go, you're too old for this. You drove here.
One, he came up on a bike.
Yeah.
And like,
Trick or
if you're
treat.
old enough to
Hey,
ride a
trick or
bike,
treat,
and,
dude.
your voice has changed. Probably
Yeah,
probably
let the
shouldn't.
kids enjoy
But
it.
I'll tell you, there were some creative costumes last night. It wasn't just your standard. This one little kid was dressed up like a Helena police officer, and he had everything. I'm talking about everything. Just
Did
a little bit.
anybody protesting?
Hey, just a little bit of tiny thing too. Just cutest thing.
And then you had a kid dressed up with a sign that said defund the police.
Yeah, and they're walking together.
Yeah. I haven't had a trick-or-treater to a house in nearly 30 years because once we moved to Pleasant Valley, even the first place I lived, it was off the road, so we didn't get any there. My kids were like, Chandler was a baby, and Taylor was like 3. is the last time I actually, and I enjoy having trick or treaters. So I haven't had any in nearly 30 years.
Yeah. It was a lot of fun. The boys.
It's been quite a drought.
How do you know if you enjoyed if you hadn't had it in 30
I know
years?
I enjoyed it when I used to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can barely remember.
We've had 5 years where we hadn't had it.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, I enjoy that.
Yeah, do you?
Yeah.
We're back in a neighborhood that has them. And, you know, the Cove is a little hidden secret. And
then you got to go to them block parties and all.
Well, we missed the block party
So it comes with it, girl.
Friday night because of the football
It's
game.
not that I dislike people or anything.
There was
It's
you know
just
what it was? It was shrimp bowl. I missed that. See, I like shrimp. I wish I would have been there.
You missed what he just said.
What?
It's not that I dislike people. I just
I just want to go in my house. Why have I got to mingle?
Hey, let the Cove be the Cove.
I mean,
okay?
that's fine, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, you just jealous. is all.
Well, it's perfect for you because you love acknowledging people.
Right.
You love, hey!
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes until top of the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour, and we thank you for joining us. Rick here in studio, Adler here. I'm Spady. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. Bubba down in Orlando still. He went down for the SpaceX launch. If you missed that, he left early Friday. The launch was scrubbed until Wednesday, and with the backup plan Thursday. So now the discussion is, will he come on back or stay? And we'll have to see.
Should
from
I
old
stay
Bubba.
or should I go now?
Babbel.com/Bubba brings you this portion of the show. It's a great way to invest in yourself or your family. We'd all agree that learning a new language can be extremely difficult. Do y'all wish y'all knew a bunch of languages?
Not a bunch, but two.
Really? Well,
Yep.
I know you said you were going to learn Spanish, and then you gave up on that.
Well, it's tough.
I
it's
was
tough
adamant
if you
about
don't-
it.
Yo, adamant. Said in, 5 years?
Well,
You were gonna-
Highlands
cussed me out.
Highlands College got in the way of that. I had to give my efforts there. Maybe I'll start it back up. I'd like to talk Spanish and Russian.
Well, Babbel.com/Bubba
I
is
like
the number
Portuguese
one
myself.
selling language learning app. The whole process will be fun for you, easy. They teach bite-sized language lessons for the real-world use. And, that's something I think is important, something you can actually use and communicate with.
You think that's important?
There's 50. Yeah, I mean, think about it. There's book learning, and then there's I want to
agree.
learn language I can use. Does that make sense?
No, serious business.
Like, you know
He
what
just
I'm
said he
talking
wants to
about?
learn language he can use.
You know what I mean? Like,
do.
slang.
No sense in learning.
I want to learn. I want to learn slang.
you do.
I want to learn Swahili.
That's what
You remember
do.
that?
Yes,
Remember me going through that?
I do.
They're 15-minute lesson plans, and you need to go to Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com and learn more. They got different languages too: Spanish, French, Italian, German. They've got different, technology that can help improve your pronunciation and accent too. So that's something you need to look into, Greg. There's nothing to lose right now. Our show, both through YouTube or just terrestrial radio apps, whatever. If you listen to or watch this show, there is a 20-day money-back guarantee. So there's nothing to lose. And right now, you can get 65% off your subscription when you go to Babbel.com/Bubba. That's Babbel.com/Bubba for 65% off your subscription. Or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Babbel is a language for life. Yeah, I've always been very intrigued with those that not just one, but have learned multiple languages.
Yeah, that
I
don't know how
really
your
wish I could
brain
pull
keeps
that
all
off.
that in,
No, I don't either.
separated.
Yeah, my purpose. I would have to have a purpose to.
I
do
speak
it.
5
like
languages.
What? Why? And here's a perfect example. You watch, and just because we're in this season and we're all into it, Major League Baseball. You go to Major League Baseball Network. There's several of the guys that are on the panel both speak Spanish and English, and it's so very key to what they're doing because of the demographic
better
that's
learn.
in the sport. And so they'll sit there and they don't need an interpreter because they can sit there and do it themselves. It's very interesting, and so the need has to be there. So, what need would come up for us to want to go?
I can't think of one.
Well, first of all, your profession, whatever you're doing for a living, if you were required to do that. Didn't you want to learn Spanish because Braden had a friend that couldn't speak English and you felt sorry for him?
Well, no, that's
Something like that.
Speedy, you completely made
you.
that up.
You
I
did
know
make that
something
funny.
He
similar.
wanted to help. What was it? He wanted to help the little kids play Little League ball.
No,
or
y'all
something.
said that.
Something
Y'all made
weird
that
like
up.
that.
Y'all made that up. That was all y'all.
You got Braden's friend.
I had he did.
I had
well,
a little, he was a little Spanish speaking
well, I'll
friend.
say this,
and he
you're-
couldn't communicate
hey,
with him.
You're close.
See?
It wasn't Braden.
Take
and
another sip.
It wasn't Braden, and it wasn't Spanish.
Dang it.
It was Caroline, and it was Korean. And I was not.
You just
and
said-
I
you
wasn't
said,
learning.
"Hell with Korean, I'm
well,
going
no,
Spanish."
Yeah.
No.
Hey, that's not trying Korean.
went on a mission trip to Peru, and that's what
boy, he likes to
that's
bring
where
it
the
He does.
Well, you were asking the questions why, Greg. That's why. That was the whole reason. You were talking about needing and wanting, and that was the reason for that. But as far as you're close. We had when we were
Something Pelham related.
well, it was, and there was
was.
a little Korean girl, sweet as can be. And she spoke perfect English.
Greg,
she was
don't take
fine.
your eyes off him.
But listen, when we would go to communicate with the family on spend the nights and hangouts, no one spoke English.
Now, you had to get Google Translate out.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was crazy, and so their family would show up, and we couldn't talk to them. It was a lot of nodding and smiling, and then when we would drop her off, same thing. And so you're close on that because it was
Spanish
one
thing was also something like that when you brought up on here. When
well,
you said
do you remember I had that painter that couldn't speak English
remember
either,
that.
and so I would use the Google Translate for that. Like I would sit there.
You actually got emotional when you were telling us that story.
I love that guy.
You got all teared up.
Wish I really need him to.
Yeah, I think it was something about youth baseball or something.
Well, there was something, Greg. So there, and I'm not. Here's where you are going to say you're making that up.
Making it up again.
How do you say roll 2 in Spanish?
That's good.
Huh?
There is a high percentage, okay, of Latino in the area in which we lived.
Here we go.
Okay,
Yeah, I remember that.
and
you wanted to bridge the gap.
You couldn't get anyone to show up for anything, sign up for sports or anything like that because they thought it was a sting operation.
Yeah,
They really did. That's not.
They're
That's
illegal.
Yeah, well, some of them, and some of their family members that were there.
Right.
And so you'd have hey, let's sign up for Little League, and you wouldn't have anybody as part of the Latino community show up. And the reason that we kept getting, I was on the Parks and Rec board, and the reasons we kept getting for this was we think y'all are setting us up. They think which is awful, but that was actually going on.
So you could have learned just one line in Spanish. We're not setting you up. You just learned that in Spanish.
This is not a sting operation.
You could have gone and represented the board and
you
said, "Hey, look,
a whole lot.
Yeah.
you know."
So that I think
you could have said,
I think that's
May
what
llamo
you're
Helmsy.
talking about, and I think
you're right.
cleared up what
Yeah,
Speedy
I had
was talking
Braden
about.
with a spend the night friend.
Yeah,
couldn't
you
talk
made
to.
something completely up. But
I thought it was.
So,
Huh?
but
I did.
that was on. That died pretty quick. That
It did. That was a kick.
that
wasn't
little dream went to bed real
it was
quick.
a glimmer and then boop, it
Yeah.
was out.
it? We've all had step outs. Was that your biggest, or
No,
one of them, or one of your bigger kicks?
I don't really think that was a kick.
No, because it actually never started.
Yeah, that was
a kick.
Yeah. Again, for things like that, there's got to be some kind of need.
Yeah.
And I couldn't come up with it at the time.
Yeah, you thought,
And then-
that youth baseball ain't that important.
Yeah.
That wasn't it.
You got emotional
It
about
ain't worth the effort.
Shortstop's not that good.
Yeah, I thought we had some players here.
He got all caught up with it.
Latino
Went home.
community.
Hey, went home and started opening the book. And went, nah.
Yeah.
Kid, he ain't no better than that white kid we got. Well, I'm just saying. I mean,
I don't think you can. I don't know if I should have dumped that.
Well, you know.
it's a joke.
I'd like a job at
everybody
least to
shut
the
up.
end of the year.
Yeah, get us to 2022, Greg.
It is a shame that you can't make. So I had another good joke about Spanish, and I couldn't do it.
Well, gosh almighty.
It's ridiculous. No, it's just a joke.
You're our Dave Chappelle. You really
Exactly.
are.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to calm down and let's loosen up a bit.
You remember he was going to make a national tour about why certain things shouldn't be offensive?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You should have been in the kitchen that day. You were holding court in there.
Look, it's about intent. It ain't about a word. It's about how you use the word. The way I think.
The word.
Rick
all I'm
and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. A brand new hour has begun, and we'll start this hour with the national anthem. It's 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler have already given you a kickoff hour along the Rick and Bubba platforms. Bubba not with us today. We'll update you on that. They gave you a little update on that. And I think we'll hear from Bubba today with an update on what his attempt to go to Kennedy, is that right, Kennedy Flight Center, and see SpaceX, Elon Musk and the bunch send a crew up to the space station, and we'll update you on that. And we really don't know when Bubba will return, but we'll try to figure that out. So the guys are all here. It's pretty simple today. Will of Meat is back in play. Bubba Watson, our guest over the weekend on Rick and Bubba University, or some people call him Bubba Watkins. So catch that over the weekend. You can watch it or you can listen to it wherever you get podcasts about his new book. And I think you'll really enjoy that conversation. I even saw that Bubba Watson put out some stuff on his social media. It seemed like he had a good time. It was a great conversation. And I'll tell you, it was a beneficial conversation. So whether you like golf or not. So catch that on the latest edition of Rick and Bubba University. Will of Meat is back in play. Could happen any day on the program. We have a lot going on.
this week as far as going out and back out on the road, and we'll look back over the weekend. So, guys, let me just nutshell where I think we are on the question today. Where's Bubba? And hey, Rick, man, let me ask you something. Where's Bubba? Here's what I started. There were conversations going on. You have your Team Rick and Bubba, email, which is all of us interacting. Now, if you decide that you're going to go on the group text of Team Rick and Bubba, you better not have thin skin.
Right.
If you decide you're going to step in there, you're going to get pummeled, and everybody's going to one-line you.
No.
So every now and then, for safety, and I know that you guys do it, smaller groups will pull off to the side away from the Team Rick and Bubba.
Yes.
Because the group text, when you go out there, it's like you've already agreed that you're okay with getting ripped. Okay? Yeah. So if you're not okay with that, or you think it's a little serious or whatever, you almost have to pull off to the side and grab you one or two guys. And so with Bubba and I being 1 and 2, he would come off to the side a little bit, and because you check in with your business partner and say, hey, here's what's going on.
Good time game. We have our Marco Polo. We do.
That's right.
Same thing. I get it. Yeah.
Right.
Bubba won't talk about Speedy.
Right. Yeah, that's right. So he came over the side and he said, "What's Speedy's problem?" Which no. We started out with, and everybody knows that terrible feeling. Man. So it's because we started out. We had this attitude. As Bubba was headed off to the Kennedy Flight Center, and I mean he's just he's all fired up. He and Betty are probably singing this as they make their way down there. Then all of a sudden it gets scrubbed. Yeah.
No scrub.
And Bubba said these things. He knows this. But what's confusing, so at this point he says to me, this is on Saturday, he's saying, hey, this is awful, so disappointing. And, I saw in the group text, cue feeling of Little League game being canceled.
Yes.
Remember when you had your little uniform on?
Oh, yeah.
And you just
Here
sit in
comes
your
the
house,
rain.
and it's just pouring rain. You're looking out the window. And I don't know why, as a stupid little kid, you think there's any way you're going to play because the rain will just be. And finally, your parents have to say, hey, coaches, the coach called because they had to call the one phone in the house. You need to get your uniform off. You're not playing today. Remember that?
It's funny. I misinterpreted your
I remember
text
that.
because you know what I thought you meant by that?
What?
Was us as parents going, are they ever going to call this off? Are they ever going to officially cancel this, or are they going to continue to try?
Hey,
that's what I thought that
Okay,
meant.
but remember, those are two different feelings.
I know.
When you're a parent and they cancel, it's elation.
Right.
Okay, when you're when you're an actual kid playing, they cancel it.
Oh,
It crushes
man,
you.
it's awful.
Because to the parent, you got your weekend back.
Yeah.
Okay, but anyway, so Bubba says at this point he's aggressively trying to get back, and he says trying to find a way back tomorrow. Talking about Sunday, even looking at driving. Okay.
Wow.
So
long trip.
Who typed
12
that?
hours.
I don't know who typed that.
I think Betty typed
may
that.
have gotten this phone. So then I say, of course, look, isn't Kennedy Flight Center Orlando? Mm-hmm. You and Betty go to Disney, go to Universal.
whatever.
Just
Yeah.
make,
Is it Orlando?
It is.
Yeah,
It's that area.
Yeah. So you're around Disney and Universal. Just y'all stay, make a weekend
I
of it,
think
go do
United
some stuff.
USTA is down there. They got a big, national tennis center. He could do that.
Because now this is the way I
Tell him he's the
operate.
face.
Now I know he's real serious about the launch, but I'm just thinking to myself, I've devoted time and money to something, and what I went for has dropped. I got to go to some. I got to come away with something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have to have done something.
Need a win.
Yeah, this weekend. And if my wife's with me, then let's just turn it into a date weekend.
Yeah.
And let's do whatever we got to do. We're here. I mean, there's nothing we can do.
Right.
So the original deal was that Bubba would watch the launch in the middle of the night or early morning, and then he would fly back today, which is the day we're in now, Monday.
Right.
Correct?
Yes.
And
that is
be back
correct.
and be back on the show Tuesday.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, then came the confusing text. Then things start getting confusing because now we're starting to talk about the Braves game, and then Bubba's trying to talk about what he's going to do. All that's happening. I'm at the farm, which we'll talk about, so I can't figure out what's going on. Then I finally get back to the house, and I think, well, I'll try to watch. And I'm sorry, I think I'm the reason the Braves lost.
Did you start watching in the fifth?
Because I was like, well, I'll look over and see what's happening, see if it can get my interest. Wild baseball's slow. But I mean,
it's real slow.
Ooh, that's a slow
Slow
game.
down, yeah.
I'd forgotten how slow
I
that
think
game
they're on purpose trying to make it even slower.
Ooh, that's slow. Boy, these games are long.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's slow. But anyway, so man, this guy's still back, and I mean it's.
And then you'll have something exciting. and then it's slow.
Yeah, right.
Slow,
It-
slow.
it-
Exciting,
right.
slow.
The leads feel insurmountable.
Yeah,
but
slow.
but anyway, so but anyway, so I'm trying to check, and then this is the most confusing text of all last night. See you guys Tuesday. No way to get back before tomorrow, meaning today's show. Maybe issues then. That's
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Part,
that's-
that I don't even know.
I didn't
Does that
understand
mean
And the launch has been moved to
Wednesday?
Wednesday, but I mean Wednesday being like 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, Eastern.
yeah.
Yeah.
So like midnight.
So if he stayed for the launch, best case, we would have him back Thursday. According to that text, it looks like he's going to attempt to come on back, and we will see him tomorrow.
And I told him, and I understand.
Now-
I understand we got holidays coming up and all that, and I get it. But we here, are fortunate enough that we have our own business. Now we all have, and we're all responsible, and we do our stuff and all that. But the fact that he's there, and if he's not going to be able to get back anyway.
I know.
I almost, too soon. I almost said, look, if you're that close to getting the launch,
Speedy said it's 2 sleeps. That's what we're talking about. Two
yeah,
sleeps.
it's 2 sleeps.
because now I don't know if y'all know this, as we gotten older, guys. Like I remember back when the show was in the early days, and somebody would miss, you'd be like, man, are you'd be the person missing? But the shows go by so fast now.
Yeah.
I mean, you could miss a couple shows, and I'm not saying we wouldn't notice it,
Yeah.
but it doesn't feel like it felt
Yeah.
when we were.
He could be back Tuesday
Well,
or he could be back
and
Thursday.
guys,
I
look,
mean,
you don't get to go look at a launch every day.
Right.
This is something that's really to him that's special.
Yeah.
And so,
Well, what I'm talking about is it's totally up to him now.
Yeah.
Betty may have stuff, and
you may be ready to
yeah.
get back.
And Bubba may just simply say, "That's too long. I'm coming back." But there's no pressure here.
no.
I mean, it's we try to make everything happen for every member of the show anytime we can. Now, sometimes there's just too much to do. You can't do it. So the 16 minutes past the hour. So we should hear from Bubba today and get some update and talk to him about how it feels for it to all go downhill. World Series now 3-2. Why do you feel good about that?
Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes. For some reason, that's worse. All right, so as we make our way back, looking forward to chatting with you today. We're Bubbaless today, but I think we should hear from him today. All right, so here's kind of how it works. If Bubba or I am out, then the good time game, everybody has to shift to different microphones, except for there's got to be one guy shift. So if I'm not here, then Speedy would be shifting over to the 1 seat, okay? And if Bubba's not here, Greg shifts to the 2 seat. Mm-hmm. And Greg has gone over into the home of the only child. Uh-huh. And Greg, you're in Bubba's space over here.
I leaned into the microphone, and here's what I saw.
Oh, my gosh.
Out.
Oh, my.
This is the dust cover of the microphone, and evidently Bubba talks while he eats.
Hold that towards Rick so he can. Greg,
Adler, can you look? This is the windscreen in front of Bubba's microphone, and it is.
I went and got mine. This one could be cleaned.
There is so much food in it that I think if you were in a third world country and gave it to somebody, they'd start licking it.
Yeah. I mean, you could feed a family off of it.
There's so much food.
Right,
there's so much food in it. There's a meat and 3 in that windscreen.
I don't know how air gets through that.
Yeah.
You need to help him with that. Also, when I sat down, I felt something pop.
I don't know.
I felt something pop. So, and we've had these chairs a little while.
First of all, look at the stains right there between where your legs sit.
Well, no, that's from friction. Mm-hmm. But it's broken. It's cracked. The seat. When I sat down, I felt something pop, and I felt like there's no cushion anymore. I was just sitting on hard plastic. Well, that's what's happened. It's actually broken.
His chair's broke?
Yes.
Wow.
And I mean, he needs a new chair.
If that chair,
hear it. Hear that?
This is why I hate taking vacation.
He needs
right here.
He needs. No, I'm just saying.
This is
he
exactly
needs a
why.
new chair.
This is why I'm thinking.
I limit my vacation.
This is when I think when I'm off, everybody please be off too.
Yeah.
I think maybe he needs to swap with this one because there's no sense in somebody sitting in a chair that's broken.
But now he likes his chair though.
Yeah.
He may prefer.
He doesn't realize.
How about this?
You
Guys, I know it because you know how you sit, and basically the way those chairs are designed, there's kind of an air between you and the plastic.
Yeah.
Well, that air is gone.
Yeah.
Right.
You're sitting on the plastic that is broken.
It goes all the way
so
down.
the shocks are gone.
Yeah, and it's broken.
So you've got
the plastic has actually got a crack right.
So you've got a food filled windscreen
and look,
and
that
a broken
could be
chair.
anybody's in here because we're all I don't know though. That's kind of unique there.
No, I would say that we could all be, but I'm saying I do see the other windscreens and they don't look like that.
No, I see a little bit of M&M.
Oh my goodness. Somewhat healthy snack in that
Somewhat
windscreen.
healthy snack. And,
We're gonna have to get in there like it's a dish and just scrub it.
Yeah.
Can you do that?
Why don't I go soak it in water?
Yeah, you can just put it in water.
Guys, I'm going to say this. I'd be real careful because here's what you have. Not only is Bubba an only child, he comes from an engineering background, and if there's one thing that bothers him really to the highest level, it's for him not to be here and us be messing with anything involving the equipment. Now I know that's just a windscreen.
Yeah,
but for some reason I can tell him. I know him well enough to know there's a certain way you're supposed to clean those.
Yeah,
and if we try to go out on our own, he's not going to like it.
I say just leave it like it is. He don't bother him now. Why would it bother him?
That's true.
So you actually switched out to use yours.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Well, there's
I'm fixing to swap chairs too.
Okay.
Next break.
Yeah, well, I guess you'd kind of like to have that air hover under.
Yeah,
it.
he's sitting on a hard broken piece of plastic.
He's got more cushion than you and doesn't realize it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But sitting on a hard piece of plastic that's got a big crack down the middle of its stuff.
Yeah, well, keep in mind
Keeps
too.
pinching my butt.
Well, let me tell you where we are too is we're all coming out of the pandemic years. Okay, which that was rough on everybody. Okay, so not as much money laying around as there on the successful years. Biden is trying to drive us all into the ground financially. Mm-hmm. We're moving from the studio at the end of the year. So right now,
I noticed breakfast hadn't really took a hit.
No. Well, let's don't get crazy.
No, I do believe about this show that if we all had to lose our homes but still had breakfast, we would do it. I mean, I don't think the breakfast. I've even brought up before. Why don't you think we ought to just tell everybody to worry about themselves on breakfast?
Yeah,
and you say that, and Bubba will turn pale. He'll look at me like, "Whoa, now."
Rick, I've even done the math for Bubba
me.
on us getting 2 biscuits apiece from just a fast food restaurant instead of what we do. No, let's not. We need to keep doing what we're doing.
Well, I will say this from a health
I'm glad to
standpoint.
hear that.
Going to biscuits every morning would not be the best thing for me.
No.
But
Well, no.
yeah,
No.
but there are some healthier choices.
My point was we could buy 2 biscuits for each person in the studio and still save this particular amount of
it was
money.
just a point.
It wasn't that you had to eat biscuits. That's just what I
You're making a
laid
point.
in front of him.
No, you're right. You're
for the
talking
point.
about just financially only.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But it is it's tough out there. And,
Oh, yeah.
But let me tell you
Boy,
something.
is it ever.
No matter where we have to cut, we will not cut breakfast, buddy.
That ain't happening.
But I wish you'd have seen the time that the accountant had to. He was like, "What are y'all doing? What is this?
What's this daily purchase?
And when you have to look over at him and say, "Nah, that's breakfast," he's like, "Breakfast? You what?
$80 a day?
I mean, what are y'all doing?" Well, and it's funny. It's almost like, and I will acknowledge this: the time that we're all coming to work. If you were going to bring your own breakfast, there's very few options other than you bring something from your house
Correct.
because there's nothing open.
you're not gonna
you'd
stop
have to
getting
plan
nothing.
Yeah,
for
when
it,
we're
yeah.
coming in, there's nothing open.
Yeah.
Now, when I'm coming in, it's
Waffle
close.
House.
I might can find Waffle House. I might find 1 or 2 that are open.
Right.
If I'm running, doing my, if I delay my those days, I'm usually about a 10-minute either side. I'm either here at like about 20 minutes before the show starts, or I'm either here at 30 minutes before it starts. Every now and then I'll get here 45 minutes before it starts, but that's rare. But so I probably be the closest, but it's really down to what you said, Helms. It's really down to places that have biscuits, and there's very few of those even.
If you were bringing from home, what would be y'all's go-to?
Oatmeal and a banana.
I would go oatmeal as well.
Yeah,
I
one
would
of those
too.
little things you put in the microwave that takes like 60 seconds to cook, and then have a banana.
for
That's
me,
what I would do.
protein bars.
Yeah, that's another
okay.
good. That would be my go-to if I didn't have banana.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I no way could I bring something that's actually a meal. It'd have to be something that I just open it up, pop it in.
Yeah. Well, the oatmeal I could open up, and just heat up.
Do y'all ever sometimes get
Mix.
concerned about yourself on how excited we get when breakfast gets?
Oh, I'm already excited.
Already?
Yeah. It's not even 6:30.
I noticed that Greg is willing to leave the show when it gets here and go help screen phone calls.
Yeah.
so
I
he
need
can
better.
because it gives you a good eating spot. Is that a better eating spot in there?
Absolutely. And plus, you don't like a hog on the camera.
Right. And your windscreen doesn't like that.
Good point.
Yeah. All right, we'll be back. Bottom of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. As we make our way back, we thank you for being with us on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. No Bubba today. We think he'll be back tomorrow. If not, we'll keep you updated. MyPillow.com/Bubba, teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Go there and let the savings begin at MyPillow.com. And really just about everything that MyPillow offers, all these things are on sale at prices that we really have never seen before, and including the MyPillow itself. I know for a lot of you, you already have them. You're like us, and you may have multiples. But I will say this. If you've never gotten one or you want to get some more, right now you can get a MyPillow at MyPillow.com/Bubba for $29.98. That's a $40 savings. MyPillow.com/Bubba. That's also the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Also, they've got some new items. If you haven't seen the bathrobes, the sleepwear, and the quilts, they're made from 100% U.S. upland cotton. Those also, we can get you some savings on those, 30% off. And then you can look and get the 60-day money-back guarantee on any of it. So go right now to MyPillow.com/Bubba, or simply go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button and let the savings begin. All right, so a couple of things. Have y'all unpacked? I know that we do. We get a little sports heavy on Mondays, and we don't have to be as sports heavy today. Have y'all in the kickoff hour? I heard some of it. Have y'all unpacked the Braves loss last night?
We did.
And Houston wins, and I will admit that I haven't watched any of the World Series, and I watched a couple of innings last night.
Can you tell me which ones you watched?
I'd rather not.
Really? So you didn't see the first one?
The Grand Slam.
Okay.
The Grand Yickety-Yak.
Let me ask you a question. Did you come in around the 5th?
I'd rather not say.
Okay.
I watched the game.
It was not a good time.
Friday and Saturday.
I came in at a bad time.
Okay.
But I can't watch 4 hours of baseball.
No,
I have to get up the next day.
No.
No, you have to make a decision on that.
Yeah.
And
Well, I can't watch 4 hours of baseball, whether I don't have to get up or not.
I can't watch 4 hours of anything.
I actually
either.
did it on the first one, and that was long.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with me. Football, baseball, it doesn't matter what it is. I have to come in and out.
Yeah.
I can't sit down.
Especially NFL.
I can't sit down and go from
football.
I can't sit down and go from pregame to postgame. Can't do it. I mean,
some college games I can, just certain ones, but not all of them. And the pros I can't. I don't know if I've watched the NFL game from the beginning to end in years, except the Super Bowl.
I have absolutely no interest other than the Super Bowl in the NFL. I can't watch it at all. It's just there's something about the way the product feels. I just can't do it.
And I like college football, and I watched a lot of that. And then by the time Sunday, I'm like, I've watched enough.
Right.
You know?
So I'm gonna tell you, Speedy. I'm sorry. I flipped it on when it was 5-4 Braves.
Okay.
So it's on me.
So Freeman had just hit a bomb to go up 5-4 because the Braves hit a grand slam, and then in the second and third the Astros scored 2 each, and then so now it's 4-4, and then he comes back, hits a shot and goes up 5-4.
If you'd like for me to break everybody's hearts, and I was a Braves fan as a kid, and ran the Braves in my early days of radio. So if there's 2 teams in Major League Baseball that I've pulled for. And that's the Yankees and the Braves. And I know that's weird, and baseball purists won't let you do that and all that. But anyway, and the Yankees things just meant, and you know how sometimes I love when we give people the background on stuff. Do you know why I became a Yankees fan?
No.
As a kid, because the Braves were terrible, and I was looking for a team that could possibly be good. Okay. Yeah. The other thing was this. You were always being told to read when you were in school. They really made a big deal about that. And
they still do.
And they were always
how dare them?
They were always telling you to read stuff, from what I recall.
Yeah. I want to do that stupid read.
And so anytime
it's a high priority now.
Yeah,
Rick.
anytime I was assigned to read, anytime I would go to the library and I would go find a biography on somebody in sports.
I wonder who this is.
And I did Lou Gehrig, Babe Ruth.
Okay.
I mean, if
you influenced me to get the Babe Ruth,
probably Mickey Mantle.
Yeah. If you were a Yankee, I read your biography.
Okay.
Because I thought that was something I could get through.
Sure.
And so I did all kinds of reports on famous Yankees, and I started thinking to myself, wow, they got a lot of famous players.
They do.
And then I kind of like that uniform and the pinstripes and the whole history of the Yankees. Yeah. And I know they're easy to hate, and all that. I got all that.
Yeah.
And but no,
a lot of jersey numbers you cannot wear because they're all retired.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, when I wear my Babe Ruth pinstripe jersey, I enjoy it. Okay. And there's something about Lou Gehrig I've always been drawn to. But anyway, so
all right.
Yeah. So a lot of Yankee stuff. But anyway, but I have a heart for the Braves because I grew up in Alabama, and that
TBS.
was the team near us and all that.
You watch them on TV every night.
So, but I haven't watched them. I couldn't name right now. If you said Rick Burgess, you are in a lot of trouble. If you can't name me 3 Atlanta Braves, I would be in a lot of trouble.
Really?
Oh, I have no idea who they are. So I don't know any of them. Okay, so I don't know anybody on this whole field. Other than that guy y'all claimed that came up to the studio, used to play for the A's. The pitches.
Well, that's for the Astros.
Yeah,
though.
I know. Yeah. So I went to both teams.
About,
anybody out there. Okay, and I only know him because he came out here. I only know him because when he played for the A's.
He had a good night last night. Gave up a home run Friday night.
Yeah,
but he had a great night last night.
But anyway, so I didn't have any business mojo in the Braves last night. And I realized that, but I'm going to go as far as to say the window that I watched, the Braves did nothing good. It was all bad.
Okay. So you tuned in, screwed it up, and then tuned out.
Yep, that's
wow.
It. And I got panicked because I thought maybe at 7-5 they have a chance if I'll just leave.
Yeah.
But
well, you're done. No more viewing for you.
No, I'm out.
Okay.
And that's not a big sacrifice. So I'm good.
We'll let you know what happens.
Well, I got caught up in, as y'all know, I've told y'all, and I think y'all admit, I would rather watch all the pregame interviews and stuff about the game than actually the game. It's kind of like going to a movie. You're really more excited about going to a movie and the previews than a lot of times the actual movie.
Yeah.
Because so I enjoy it. And I thought to myself, and I feel bad because I can't tell you the number of people that I know. Now, I don't know where they got money for this.
Mm-hmm.
They were showing pictures of themselves at the game, putting bucket lists down, and they all thought they were going to see the Braves win the World Series while they were there. And I got caught up in that a little bit.
Okay.
If they could win it in their own stadium. I thought, well, I didn't realize that I'd have to be willing to step to midnight to even see that. But if it was going to happen, and so I think that I apologize to Braves fans because I'm half-hearted about it, and I kind of eased over there just thinking this will be a light watch, and I got caught up that they were up by 1, and I thought, but I had no idea it was only the 4th inning. And once I realized that I was in a bind.
To your point on
since
it
got
taking
to 10 o'clock, we're still in the
well,
15.
that's it. And so Greg's harped on that this morning. We all know it.
Gosh,
what I've been doing, and this has been very helpful for me, but I think it tells a bigger story too, is I have found this thing on YouTube that you can just go Game 5 Braves Astros highlights, and it's anywhere from 8 to 12 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
They show you every strikeout, every ground ball, every flyout, every hit, it's the highlights, okay? And it's 8 minutes.
Yeah, that's me right there.
That ought to tell you all you need to know. And it's really good because it's the original announcer, so
I'm
you
good.
get Joe Buck,
I'm
you
good
get
with that.
Smoltz, you get all that. And so it's a way for me to catch up on what I missed after 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
But it really shows you in that 8 minutes, that's the only time. And some of these things that they're showing is not even monumental.
Right. There's a lot of the
8 minutes.
Can y'all help me with one thing here? Why do some players have pine tar on their helmets and it looks nasty?
So they can reach up there.
Okay.
And when they reach up there,
boy, it's nasty looking.
Well, and a lot of it is just
adjusting their helmets.
And
and stuff
from
like
the
that.
bat to adjusting the helmet, and then
They'll adjust things in that box.
And that gets some more pine tar on their hands.
Well,
Well,
no, it's just
it's on their hands, and
Oh,
so
I
when they
see.
go to adjust their
I
helmet,
see.
It comes
they're
off.
putting it on there.
It picks up a lot of grass and stuff.
it does.
And I think
sticky, Rick.
Oh,
That's why
they use it.
That's a nasty looking.
Sure. Yeah.
You got a lot. Go get another helmet.
just clean it.
Right. I know they got other helmets.
Sure.
Just get you.
But it's also a cool thing. If they got it all
Oh, look, I got it all over me.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Boy,
So
it's sticky. Tree sap.
right. Anybody play for baseball anymore has a last name you can pronounce. I mean, it's
There's several.
Okay.
I mean, the closer for the Braves, last name Smith.
Yeah. I've never seen so many bizarre names. I mean, that just letters just thrown in all kinds of areas.
Right.
I mean, it's
Yimmy.
Yeah, some of them start with I thought I saw one had a lowercase letter starting it. And I was like, my goodness, what's going on?
Darno.
Darno, the catcher for the
catcher
Braves.
What's that lowercase letter doing up
Rick.
front? No, I'm just trying. I mean,
Yeah, he will. He'll strike out in a minute.
Just didn't know.
And we
much
need to
about
give a shout out, to Kyle Wright from Buckhorn High School. He's from Huntsville, Alabama, threw for the Braves Saturday. Did extremely well. And that's a name you can pronounce, Rick. Kyle Wright.
Probably should have started.
Yeah.
Didn't know the Braves had a little person. I saw this little tiny guy back one time.
Ozzie.
Yeah, and
Albies.
Yeah, he's. I mean,
Ozzie Albies.
What's wrong with you?
I mean,
guys?
he's-
If you're going to say that, Houston has one too.
Altuve.
And Altuve.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
Altuve's
That's the beauty of
5'6",
baseball.
and
Right,
he's 5'8", I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Rip it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I stepped in there. That's on me.
Those are two of the best players in baseball right now. Those two you're talking about.
Well, I saw one. The little person for the Braves faced a pitcher he couldn't touch. I think that pitcher and him
Let's
back
not refer to
combination.
him as the little person
Hey,
for the Braves.
that pitcher and him back combination. And how about they even called
Please
it?
look.
Joe Buck said that combination. He said this particular pitcher against him, he can't hit.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. Thanks for being with us today. Bubba out, and we may or may not hear a report from him today. The SpaceX launch was scrubbed, has been rescheduled from what we see now to early middle of the night on Wednesday. So we'll see how that goes. All right, so the gang's all here other than Bubba today. I laughed. I did not see this until the news, and I heard that Trump was going to attend.
Yeah.
What was this game last night? Was this game 4?
That was game 5, so he attended game 4 Saturday.
Okay, and so no, this does not surprise. With all the controversy of mascots and chants and sensitivity to this and sensitivity to that, I have you seen this footage? He is chopping like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah.
Look, please look at Trump. I mean, he don't even hesitate. He don't even hesitate.
Of course, I knew he would chop like that.
Oh yeah, of course. There he goes.
A little off.
Well, great.
Today, I'm very proud of myself.
So no checkup on that at all.
None.
Not a concern. Of course, at least if Biden went to the game, you the whole time you have to be telling where he was. But,
Yes,
yeah.
That's we've got more of that today. Good gracious.
Hey, wow.
Good night.
Hey, the Biden stuff.
So anyway, we'll get to more of that coming up.
Well,
but
that guy below him is really bad, Chopper. Look at him.
yeah,
Look at that guy right there on the corner. He's terrible.
Guys, stay on the beat if you're going to do the chop. Okay. And by the way, the chop's not going to turn the game around every time. I notice we'll go the chop every time things are getting away from it.
We got to try.
Have you wondered, though, if you're in there batting, did that not get on your nerves?
What's that?
When they're doing, while your wife's going on?
It's a good question. You've heard that 80 games in that park. I mean, 4 or 5 times a game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
a lot.
And I think part of the problem, and I could be wrong, and I'd like some faithful Atlanta folks to help me out here, is the crowd doing this on their own? Or is there, because I'm hearing
they have the drums.
So they've added that, or was that? And here's another thing: you used to have that big whistle that they were playing, and for the timing, and it's almost faint now, like somebody has taken upon themselves to do it.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like it's an uncoordinated effort.
Well, sometimes TV can give it justice, and sometimes it can't.
Yeah.
And you hear Joe Buck and everybody talking about how loud it is in there.
Yeah.
I would love to hear from players, because there's different atmospheres in different sports, and you always hear them go back and it's like behind the scenes or whatever, and they're like, oh man, yeah, when you're at the Steelers home game and they start playing the song in the fourth quarter, they're all like, we know we're in trouble. It'd be interesting to hear opponents for the Braves that go, yeah, when they get loud and they start doing the chomp, man, it's
doing the what?
Chomp.
Chop.
What am I saying? I'm sorry.
You're chomping.
You're a Florida
I had a
Gator.
silent-
You're a Florida Gator for a minute.
That's
That's
right. I had a silent stroke. But
You said chomp.
but I don't know what I was doing there. But
I like
you'd
how
like
you
to
doubled down on it.
Yeah.
I gave you a chance to correct it, and you doubled down on it.
Yeah, but I would like to hear from others that go, yeah.
Well, see,
it makes a difference.
We were there in September, and there was the PA, the guy that's playing the sound, was not engaged with the chop. Now, the chop was going on, and we were loving it, but it was on us to do that. And so,
do you think they're trying to stay out of, like, if somebody gets mad? Look, that's spontaneous. We don't lead that. I bet you that's part
Probably
of it.
so.
Now,
No,
that makes me mad, but I bet that's true.
You hear the sounder come through with the drums, and then it gets it started, and then it stops, and then it continues.
But
on.
I got you.
I
I'd
kept
also
hearing a whistle blowing.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That see, it used to be that was part of the sound.
Well,
and
that got on my
because that
nerves.
gets you that. Well, when they're throwing it through the PA, it's awesome. But it sounds like it's some faint deal now, like they've just given somebody a whistle and
That's
said,
what
"You
it
be
sounds
that
like,
guy," and so you still hear it. But it's kind of, to your point, Greg. It seems like it's not part of it anymore.
I know. I thought it sounds like a
I don't
random
know.
person blowing a whistle, like there was a ref in a football
Yeah.
game trying to stop the play.
So also from this past weekend, college football, and I know, Speed, this is going to be difficult for you because you still have an attachment to him, even though he's not at State anymore, and you can let him go now. But Dan Mullen, I'm really worried about Dan Mullen. I mean, is he all right? I mean, he seems to be.
He's holding a rope or something.
I mean,
His press conference was.
But I'm talking about
bizarre.
all season. I've watched him kind of.
Yeah.
It's something about him. He says strange things, and
Yeah, they asked him.
and his body language looks like he's.
I agree.
Yeah, it's something's going on with Dan Mullen, and the Gators the Gators look terrible.
Yeah.
They you know when it's bad when you like have a team that has a certain reputation, and you go, all right, the Gators offense is having trouble. Neither quarterback seems to be able to do anything consistently, and then to add to it, one thing you could always sort of depend on was that Florida would play good defense, and their defense can't tackle anybody. They just don't look.
They don't look good.
They don't look very Florida-like at all. They're not scary. You know, I mean, it's like you see Florida now, and you're like, I know. Florida's got a lot of trouble. Yeah. You remember, even when you say that, I found myself for the longest, I would make Florida a favorite just because it was them. But now they're getting beat by people. Mm-hmm. They're getting beat bad. They didn't even remotely. Of course, I know you're saying Rick Georgia's really good. Got that? They are, no doubt, probably the best team in the country and deserve the number one ranking right now. I agree totally with that. But Florida, they just look hapless. They didn't look. This is taking nothing away from Georgia. Mm-hmm. In all season, they've looked this way.
Yeah.
There's been a few glimpses, like against Alabama, that they look like they might be okay. But then since then, it's just been
them and Clemson. Clemson's gone.
I don't even. It's like Clemson.
They got lucky to win.
They did
this weekend against Florida State.
It's like Clemson is not even. They've just taken the year off. I don't hear about them anymore. I don't watch them. I don't know anything about them. They're not in the conversations. Football. Nobody talks about Clemson right now. And then it was interesting to watch. And if you are a Mississippi State fan, I don't know what to do with this team. It's like
welcome to our world.
Some days you think, and then all of a sudden, they just beat Kentucky straight up. I watched most of the game.
And used to that would have been always Kentucky, but Kentucky's actually
but Kentucky. I'm talking about modern day Kentucky. Yeah. And then you saw the Auburn Ole Miss game. Everybody keeps trying to write Auburn off. Then they'll come back. Then everybody was enamored with Ole Miss, and then Auburn goes out and beats them.
Evidently, Benny Hinn was in Ole Miss's locker room because the quarterback went off on a cart, and then all of a sudden he come walking out.
That was shocking. Yeah.
I don't know if
even the head coach was like, "I thought we lost him."
Yeah.
Look, I know.
Rick and he ran like a 20-yard touchdown.
Yeah, I know a lot of y'all are all about you're all on the Kiffin train. And all this, I'm not on the Kiffin train. I think his wild and craziness is just stupid.
Well, they were dogging his analytics.
How about this? He does stupid things.
Yeah, they're going by that book.
You're behind by 8, and you got a lot of game left, and you're in field goal.
You got to have 2 scores.
You're in field goal range, and you don't trim that to 5, and you go for some really not very high percent. It was 4th and like 3. I don't understand. I don't find this to be edgy at all. I find it to be stupid. You realize how much game was left when they were just down by 8?
Well,
and
when
you
they played Alabama,
start going for it in field goal range, and you're only down by 8.
Yeah.
Trim it to 5. You got to have 2 scores and go. Now you don't have to go for 2 and all that. I don't know. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. Bubba out. Speaking of Bubba Watson, PGA and two-time Masters champion. How about I knew that? How'd you like that, Helms?
I thought y'all handled that very well. I was a little scared.
Made you nervous.
It did. Hey, we had two-time Masters champion.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big deal.
Yeah, I called him Bubba Watkins the next day a couple times,
did?
but not during the podcast.
Not during the podcast.
Rick, I just said
Handled
Sean.
well.
Not during the podcast. Yeah, you ain't got nothing to say.
Yeah, no. I'm over here seated in silence.
So Bubba Watson.
Tom Landry called him Buggle.
Bubba Watson.
Hey,
Buggle Watson.
But to Helmsy's point, prior, and I don't do this a lot because they have a little one-sheeter, you know. I said, guys, understand, Rick, I know you're not a golfer. He's won. He's a Masters champion, okay, multiple.
Yeah. I don't think
dial it in here, and he did.
I don't think he ever picked up that I didn't know anything about golf.
That's good.
I thought y'all did
stuff.
an excellent job with
Yes,
the interview.
yes.
And
he had a good time.
And I like the fact that you really didn't talk about golf all that much, to be honest, because everybody hears that. He was probably appreciative of that, and I gained a ton of respect for him. He's always been kind of a bip to me, and I've been upfront about that.
All right.
But I'm a huge fan after what I heard this weekend.
I
I was part of the problem that he was talking about. If we're just going to be honest,
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, I was.
Yeah. So anyway, that was a great conversation. I think
really was.
I think you get a lot out of it.
I love the quote that Adler used when he did the social media stuff, and that is that when Bubba Watson said, "My wife doesn't care if I'm good at golf."
Yeah, that was the title.
I thought that was pretty.
It was
good.
really good. So, and I'm getting all your emails who people think I can just simply have him speak at a man church. But anyway,
Jim Bubba sometime.
right. I'll text him and check on that.
Yeah.
But anyway, speaking of that, we're out and about again this week. Sherry and I will be on the road. Yeah, this is what Bubba Watson put on his. If you're watching us on YouTube,
Yeah.
See that?
Now, if you need Rick to book Bubba Watkins, then he can do that.
I can do
Right.
that. and I do have the contact for Bubba Boussois. But anyway, so Bubba Watson, that was kind. He put out on his social media over the weekend. But this weekend, I will be in High Point, North Carolina, Green Street Baptist Church. They're going to say, hey, we're not just going to do man church for one night. We're doing a Friday night and a Saturday morning. And the men there in that area, High Point, North Carolina, I'll be there with you this weekend. Excited. Those details can be found by going to rickandbubba.com or Burgess Ministries are under upcoming events. Now, if you go to Burgess Ministries' upcoming event, Sherry Burgess will be out this Saturday as well, and she will be in Union City, Tennessee, where you hear us on KYTN, Calvary Baptist Church. If you want to get a ticket there, the ticket includes your lunch. Sherry will be there for the lunch. Then she speaks to the ladies right after that in beautiful Union City, Tennessee. That's all this weekend. And then we've got 10, well, I've already mentioned 9 other man churches the month of November with various speakers, including Helmsy from the show. He's going out a good bit in November. If you'd like to see other man church options for you, just go to themanchurch.com and click on upcoming events, and you'll see a man church near you. And like I say, 9 different ones in 9 different places going on in the month of November. And if you'd like to find out more about our discipleship strategy, go to themanchurch.com. So, Bubba, Bubba, there I go again. Bubba, not here. This past weekend, Greg and I and our sister and our wives, we have been working on moving Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad have left the home that they've lived in since 1985. It's not the home that Greg and I grew up in, but it is the home our children, the grandchildren, all grew up in. And of course, our sister was 10 years younger than me, 9 years younger than Greg. So she a large part of her life was there as a young person. So anyway, so we've been moving Mom and Dad to a retirement community. Now, you know that and it's a beautiful place. It's called Danbury. It's great. It's wonderful. We really wanted to find a nice place. You know, they went back and forth on whether this is what they really wanted to do, but finally came to the conclusion that, based on the fact that Mom turns 80 on Wednesday and Dad is already 80, and Dad's having some memory problems and things like that, that this is going to be the best place for them to be, and we agree, and we're excited about it, and you know, now that you know, Greg works over here a lot, even though he lives back where they just moved from, but he works here a lot. Our sister is in this area. Sherry and I are like 8 minutes from them now, and even young Broderick is like 5 minutes from them, and you know, and it's just plus everything they need now is there, and Mom didn't have to try to take care of this big house and all that she's had to take care of. It's just a better setup. But they have to adapt to new things now. And our countdown is how long till dad gets kicked out.
Right.
He made it through the weekend. That was positive.
So and mom and dad, there really should be a reality show about them. Okay. Yeah. Well, then you start thinking about things like Saturday. So we get them. I mean, they still got some details to work on, but the apartment is basically set up now. Like Greg said, now do we have stuff still strode everywhere from unpacking a house? Adler, I got to send you another picture.
Yeah.
In a minute, some stuff that we have been finding. The things we found, and Greg and Lisa and did the majority of getting them packed and ready to go. So you were there finding stuff, mom finding stuff. And all this stuff, and,
there's my jacket.
and then our sister was kind of in charge of trying to sell stuff off because she knows how to do all that marketplace selling stuff.
Yeah.
And then Sherry and I were there one day trying to get them ready, but then we were kind of here for the receiving and then actually taking all that had been done and then actually move them in and try to set up the apartment and all that. So we had this really good machine going, but now they're there, and you kind of get that thing of, all right, now they're there. And so I remember it vividly on Friday. Sherry talking to mom about her fob, because if you're coming to visit, if they either can, if it's your family and they're in independent living, they can just come let you in. But they have a fob, so you don't have to go all the way through the front. Yeah. If you just go through the front to get to mom and dad's apartment, you got about a mile that you have to walk to get there. Wow. So they have their own entrance because they're residents, and they have a fob. Now, the fob has to be put on the pad over here to the side, not the door. Yeah. There's a pad right beside it, and then the door will just open. And I remember vividly Sherry saying, Nana, come here. Let me show you how this fob works. Now, Nana had been through a stressful, how long has this thing been going on, this move? 3 weeks, a month. And so she was definitely, it's been a stressful thing, on them and especially her, Dad, I don't know if he's ever had stress before and certainly doesn't have any now. But anyway, so everybody gets settled and Mom, now you pay attention to where everything is and here's how it all works and all this. So I do a text on, Greg knows I'm a big fan of encouraging text. Sure. And I do a text and I say, hey, how was the first night? We slept great. I feel like a load's been lifted off of me. I'm more and more thinking this is the right thing. Boy, isn't that what you want, Greg? Woo. Isn't that the Saturday one you want?
Good stuff right there.
I walk away from my phone for 3 minutes maybe to get something. I come back, missed call from Mom. And I'm like, Now, keep in mind that even though she has a really close friend that lives here, which is one thing they were excited about, that a friend of hers, now I didn't realize that they hadn't seen each other in 5 years.
Oh, wow. Pandemic and all that mess.
But anyway, now keep in mind, though, Mom's friends, this is one of her younger friends, but she's still 71, okay? So she's coming to try to visit, and I think you got a call, too, on this, Greg, or there was an attempt. But anyway, so I call back, and I say, Mom, everything all right? Well, you hear outside? Well, I came out here to meet, and my fob's not working. Oh, yeah. And I'm like, Mom, what do you mean the fob's not working? Well, it's not working. I guess we'll walk back up. Hey, Gail, hold on a minute. I got Rick on the phone. I'm like, Mom. So
never fit to make that long walk.
Mom, whoa, stop. Where are you? Well, we're sitting here pointing it at the door, and it won't open. Yeah, Mama, don't point it at the door. Gail's doing it, and she's pointing it at the door, and it's not opening. Mom, it don't matter.
Like you would a car.
It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if it's Gail or you. You're not pointing at the right. No, we're gonna go up here to the office. I guess once you get outside, I guess you just can't get back in.
Well, it's windy out here.
No, Mom. They've given us something, but something's wrong.
It's misting.
Something's wrong.
No
with
umbrella.
Mom, the wind's blowing. I can hear the wind blowing in the phone. Mom, where are you pointing the fob? Well, no.
It ain't working.
No. Well, they've given me a bad fob. Mom, no, this fob, it worked just
You're not operating it.
It worked 12 hours ago.
Right.
Okay? And, Mom, are you pointing it at the pad? Huh? Are you pointing it at the pad? There's a square gray pad. Gail, do you see a pad? No, we don't see it. I guess we'll just walk up. I said, Mom, no. Go to the door. Look to the right. do you see a square? Gail, do you see it? Oh, yeah, Put the fob in front of it. What? Well, it's not. We're pointing it right at the door. I don't want you to point it at the door. Don't point it at the door. Point it at this right over. It's just a few inches over to the right. Do you see it? Yeah. Now put your fob up against that.
Blow it. Win. Misting.
Oh, it opened right up. And I said, yep. You don't even have to reach for it. It just pops open and opens. And, okay. All right. So you don't point it at the door. No, ma'am. No, we talked about, well, nobody told me that. No, we went over this.
Yeah, they did.
We went up. That's day one.
Oh, okay.
Greg, that's day one.
I called her and I said, well, how's it going? Well, I locked myself out. That's all right.
So, well, it won't work if you point it at the door. Wait, you are right about that.
Yeah. Note to self.
Right. Come over to the right a little bit. You see that square? Gail, do you see it?
Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. So, recapping stuff from the weekend. So, Greg, Ange, Lisa, Sherry, we've got Mom and Dad moved to their new place. And so we've gone through the working on the fob, getting all that done. And so it was a rough weekend where we are weather-wise until Sunday. Sunday turned out to be
Saturday was ugly.
Yeah, I mean a beautiful, beautiful day. So anyway, so we go to church and finish up, and we went to get something to eat, Sherry and I. And so we were like, man, today is so beautiful. This would be a good day to go to the farm. And it's fall. It's cobalt. It's a little cool because we're gonna go down there late afternoon. It's about 3:00. Reached out to Mom and Dad, now just a few minutes from our house, and they're just like, sure, we go, let's go. So we can be spontaneous now. Look at this beautiful day. Beautiful day.
It's a framer right there.
So one of the things that we've noticed, and you've heard this how many times, we all eventually become our dad. If your dad's influence in your life and you've got a dad that's been in your life, you eventually become him, okay? Well, I want you to notice, we're putting some pictures up. So my grandfather was the king of getting things from Dad or from us that he liked. Look what he has on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You see what Dad has on?
I sure do.
I want everybody to notice what he has on. I lost my jacket this weekend today.
Kind of like
But
Alec
that's what
took
you
Speedy's.
get. That's what you get, Rick.
You know what he says? Hey, now I like this jacket. Now is this mine? And I'm like, Dad, where did you come up?
Is this mine?
Well,
Went right to it.
He goes, well, and then he'll play the card sometimes. He's like, well, I like this. He said, it's a little chilly down here. I said, no, Dad, I gave you a jacket because you said you were starting to get cold. Because, when the sun started going down, it got a little chilly.
Yeah.
And so at the end, he's like, well, no. He said, I like my jacket. I said, well, your jacket. and so our grandfather, he would come into Dad's house, and he'd go, well, I tell you what, now, I don't, what are you doing with my pocket knife? And Dad would like, Dad, that's not your pocket knife. And Papa will be like, "What? No, I've been looking everywhere for this.
Yeah.
You must have got that and left it in your pocket." And he'd leave with it.
Yeah.
And now the
claim it.
one our granddaddy did that was highly controversial. He'd take pictures of your children if he thought it was a good picture of them.
Yeah.
His grandkids. Well, I like that picture right there now. And you'd look, it'd be gone. Yeah. He'd just take it with him. He wanted it in his house.
That's funny.
You'll visit him, and there'll be your kid up there on the something. He goes,
Took the frame and everything.
Oh yeah, I like that picture. So he was, and then the controversy between our granddad and our dad, the biggest controversy. I told Sherry about it this weekend. And she said she thought I told her, but she couldn't remember the details. Was the Oxford Baseball for Youth raffle? Highly controversial.
Yeah, the gun.
Highly controversial. Is my grandfather bought tickets from me and Greg, W.C. Burgess, and then Dad, W.L. Burgess, also bought one. To his death, my grandfather claimed that Dad had his shotgun.
Yeah.
It was a shotgun.
That got mixed up on the raffle ticket. It was supposed to be in his.
He said, no, Bill. He said that they called W.C. Burgess out when they did the raffle. And Dad's like, no, they didn't, Dad. And so our whole lives, well, there's my shotgun.
There's my gun. I wanted that.
Bill,
raffle.
Bill, does it bother you have my shotgun? And he's like, Dad, that's not your shotgun. I'm telling you, it was W.C. Burgess, and you just took it. They didn't say W.C. Burgess. They didn't say that. No, well, that's a nice gun.
Yeah.
And every time we go gun, because keep in mind we had gun racks where everybody could see them.
Yeah.
There were no safes or anything.
No.
I mean, of course, nobody touched them because people did what their parents said. But anyway, so we get down there, and so Dad and I are trying to do this thing where the women are wanting us to enjoy the day. Of course, Sherry has to build a fire, of course.
Oh, yes.
And so we're trying to figure out when we play the Let's Fish card because, we've been working on the pond to try to get it back. Now, there's nothing in there of any size, but we have started the ecosystem again, meaning we do have bass now. We do have brim. And by the way, because the bass were all killed, the tilapia, they're about to die because the water's about to get too cold for them. But the tilapia, we're catching tilapia that are 2.5 pounds. That's the weirdest looking thing to catch, and they're hitting stuff, which they've never really done before. So Dad caught one too. So anyway, we're trying to when do we play that card? So I like that. Dad starts talking about how we work at. He was not subtle at all. If I was fishing right now, Rick, I'd get on this bank right here. You work that bank, you'd catch fish all the way down that bank. If we were fishing, that's what I'd do. And, you know, the women are sitting there. We've got the fire going. Everybody's talking. Yeah, Dad, if it was me, if we had fishing rods, what I'd do is I'd probably throw rattle traps today because, you know, the shad are stirring. Yep, that's what we should do if we were fishing. And finally, Sherry's like, go get the rods. Go get the rods, okay? So they know they're losing us at that point.
Yeah.
Greg, I know this won't surprise you. So we start fishing. Well, he's decided to go down the bank a little bit. Of course, I know the pond pretty well, so I know where the structure is. Well, I get in them, okay? And he keeps looking over.
I know what happens next.
He gets over. He goes, "What are you throwing?" I said, well, I'm throwing the same thing you are. I mean, we throwing the same thing. Huh. Well, what are you doing over there? And I said, well, out fishing. It looks like.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he just starts closing the gap between me and him. And he just eases over to where I am, and all of a sudden, boom, there, boom, and he's pulled. He just starts fishing right out from under me. And
kind of like the way you should do the boat.
Yeah, and before I know it,
in the front,
see the distance here. See,
Yeah.
He cuts that distance down, and where I'm standing, that now becomes where he's standing.
You're getting pushed.
And the point is, he'll just fish on you so much, you'll just eventually move.
Yeah.
And then it went from I was up like 8 fish to 3, and before I know it, I'm down 20 to 10.
Yeah.
I mean, he just blows past me. He just starts catching them, you know. And then what was funny is, you know, I made the mistake of walking over there to try to, you know, because you know he's sitting there and he's older and he's got this. And I said, Dad, you want me to help you? You gonna take my fish off? I said, no, I'm not trying to take your fish off. Do you need the pliers? Pliers. So you got to have pliers to get to hook out a fish mouth. Well, that it does help. Look right there. Look right there. I don't need no pliers. So he
It's a nice jacket he's got on.
So when we were done, what did he do the rest of the night? Now, how many fish you catch?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, let's go. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us today. Are you looking to hire someone? You got an opportunity? Tough out there. Job market. LinkedIn.com/Bubba can help you. Go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Got nothing to lose, everything to gain on your first job post because it's going to be free. So what are you waiting for? They want some screening questions from you. So what they do is they kind of weed out anybody that would not be, a qualified candidate for the opportunity that you want to place in front of everybody. So when you do interview the people that they have screened, they've already taken it down to the cream of the crop. So you are talking to the best of the best people you would actually hire, and then you try to find the best ones. No unqualified people. They've all been screened out. So go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba to post your first job for free. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, so looking back over the weekend, so Greg and his wife and sister, we've all been trying to get, and Sherry and I have been trying to get the parents moved. Well, part of the process is when you guys were rounding up all the stuff from their house. Good gracious, Greg.
All that stuff.
So, but some of the stuff that you find, like this, look at this newspaper, and I sent it to Bubba, and he is thrilled. This is the newspaper from the Birmingham News, the day that we touched on the moon for the first time.
And here's what's weird.
Man sets foot in heavens.
Wow. Here's what's weird.
USA writes epic chapter in history.
This is actually a paper from that day.
Yeah.
Do you realize my entire life I've never seen that?
I know. I haven't either.
They've never took that. I didn't even know they had that.
Why would they not show that to us at some point?
I've never seen it until we were cleaning this stuff out.
Where was it? Just in the attic or in a
No,
closet?
It was in there's a place downstairs that had a bunch of like photo albums and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And but why had we growing up?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't remember them ever having that paper.
Well,
they must not have been too proud. I guess they forgot they had it.
Yeah. So anyway, so we've got that now. Of course, I showed it to Bubba. He's about to panic that we're not going to take care of it. He's terrified about it. Rick, you got to laminate that. I mean, today. I'm like, Bubba, we're working on it.
It's been down there in an old dusty box forever.
But and then the other thing is, so Dad has, and I took this to the farm at Mom's request. So now he's finding stuff that he's forgotten about. Well, he had this. It looks like a shofar that like they used to do in Israel, where you blow into the horn.
Oh yeah, we've had that
animal.
forever.
Oh yeah.
And Dad has one that I guess they called the Beagles with at some point.
Remember when we were kids, we'd get it down and try. We couldn't blow it as good. as him. But he had it hung on the gun rack.
Unfortunately,
gun rack, Greg can't talk.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he found it.
Yeah, get rid of that.
And had it in the new community, and was blowing it, and kept making the woman across the hall's dog bark, and he kept doing it. Yeah. And finally, Mom said, "Take that with you today."
Yeah, that needs to be
get it out of here.
Look,
quickly.
It's not as big as that one. It's about half that.
It's
okay.
like,
And it's from the horn.
He's had it our whole life.
Our whole lives he's had it, but that's nothing that been put up. And
did you get it out of there?
Well,
were you successful?
Yes. Oh,
okay.
Yes. He doesn't know I have it.
No.
I remember.
This is about the size. That's
I
about the size right there.
I think I just threw it in the box.
Yeah.
We were packing. It's like I've seen that.
I have it, by the way. I have it.
Well, good for you. I see it's a good place for it, though.
Yeah. But by the way, Dad came to the farm for a few hours and left with my jacket and one of our Team Rick and Bubba camo hats.
Well.
That, by the way, was mine. So I like his hat, and I tell you what I really like is his jacket. Yeah, I did too, Dad. Yeah. So anyway, of course I don't have it now.
That's what you get for hiding mine.
And immediately Sherry's like, "Well, you don't need that jacket. You talking about the one Mossy Oak Cuz made for me?" Yeah, no, I don't want that. I just
Who would do that?
Yeah. This is how Speedy feels.
Yeah.
There's his Team Rick and Bubba hat, and he loves it. Mm. So anyway, also over the weekend, so we were down at the farm, and suddenly we started getting updates because it was Halloween on Greg's grandkids. And let me tell you something.
We had Woody, we had a pumpkin, and we had a doughboy.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Woody and the pumpkin.
Yeah, that's Woody and the pumpkin. So
that's Ellis and Marin.
And we didn't know, for some reason, you know how the women get emotional about all these stages they go through?
Yeah.
For some reason, it broke up Lisa, because she said it broke her up too, and Sherry and Mom. that Ellis is old enough to go with his daddy door to door and trick or treat.
Oh, yeah.
As Woody. I don't know why that was emotional for them. Look at him, he's right there at the door.
I know.
And I was like, well, yeah, I can't believe he's old enough, little big man. So how did he do? Did he
he did
okay?
good. And look at him, he looks happy.
Yeah, and so there's Marin, Greg's granddaughter.
Because when you first get that age that you go door to door, you never know.
Well, I wonder how he did. He didn't have any problem with it.
No, he did good.
Yeah,
You
and
can tell the ones that come to the door for the first time because they're like, trick or treat.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
They're a little nervous.
well, then we got the word caution from Greg's daughter. I will be sending an overwhelming number of pictures of his other grandson, Pistol Pace Jones, as the doughboy.
As the doughboy. He was at the trunk or treat, and they had a contest.
Now,
He
right-
had his trunk. Oh.
Now, right here, it looks like he's done with it.
Yeah.
But
I don't think he's exactly thrilled.
I think he's tired at this point. But in early, he was bringing it, and it looked like at their church. Look right here.
That's precious.
How precious is that? And
I had to bring on first.
And if
place
you'll
right
notice,
there.
Greg, who did it? Did Riley build this kitchen?
No, I think their neighbor in Chandler. They
Look
come
at this.
Up with it,
So, and their church, from what I could gather from
Or maybe Riley, I don't
from
know.
going back and forth, you would set up these back of truck
Trunk or
things,
treat.
yeah,
Yeah,
trunk
we
or
did
treat.
it. We did it this last
and
week
they would
too.
judge them.
Yeah.
And Doughboy, he's literally sitting in his own kitchen.
there
I mean,
he
he has a Doughboy
That's
kitchen
awesome.
that he's sitting in,
like a
and,
hat.
and I'm just like, and
I'm with Speedy. This probably should have won.
Yeah,
I
surely
don't-
it did, right?
Well, I kept,
No.
he didn't win.
What?
He didn't win, and I kept, and we're all homers because it's our family.
Yeah.
I kept writing in capital letters to everybody who could send it. Doughboy has his own kitchen.
Yeah.
How can we not pick Doughboy in his own kitchen? Yeah. And of course, we all think he's the cutest baby on the planet. Of course, these other people probably think their kids are.
Sure.
But sometimes you might be delusional, but I think I look at these kids you got, Greg, and I do. I mean, I think it is another level cute.
Well,
I mean, it's like,
look at that.
Look at
They're
that. Look at
three-
that.
they're-
Well, he's a doughboy,
Look at
and he's
him.
got his own kitchen.
I'd like to see who won first. It's politics
Yeah,
played in
me
this.
Well, no, I hate to suggest that, especially at a church trunk or treat. But
It's all in good fun.
It's all in good fun.
You'd be amazed at how serious they take it, and they get upset when they. I mean, I had a grown man in Sunday school yesterday say the following: "Yeah, we should have won ours. I mean, we should have." And I'm like,
well, I
really?
hate to say it, I know how he feels.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you not let Doughboy win? He's got his own kitchen.
I got to see the other ones.
Huh?
This guy was already planning for next year. I tell you what, it won't
They're
happen
serious
again.
about
You
it.
see, I didn't know there was a competition.
Oh
that went
yeah,
with it.
evidently there is.
Sure.
I
Take
did
it
not.
real serious.
I
Rick.
did not know that.
If I could have just got a video of Woody singing "You Got a Friend in Me,"
Did he do it?
no, I'm just kidding. That
So
would be-
no problem at all.
I don't think. I think he,
Yeah.
for the first one that really involved, I think he did good.
Well,
Last year he was a spaceman. He wasn't real happy about that.
Really, because if you think about it, it's not that tough a sale. Hey, son, dress up as one of your favorite cartoon characters and walk with Daddy to these doors, and they'll give you candy. That's not a tough sale. You would think it would. That ought to catch on. But I know what you mean. Sometimes kids just aren't big on. I don't know these people. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like he took to it pretty good. And I noticed the hat didn't make it long.
No, he took it off and on.
And at one point, I noticed Marin had the hat on. Did you see that picture as a
didn't see
pumpkin?
Marin.
Yeah, there's one. Greg.
Well, look at the baby. Look at that sweet baby. Look, it's like she's posing.
Look at that picture.
The pumpkin with Woody's hat on.
Because first time I saw that, I'm like, what is she dressed as? I was like, wait a minute, that's Woody's
That's
hat.
Woody's hat on the pumpkin.
That is precious right
Oh,
there.
let me tell you something.
Oh, my goodness.
Sitting there with two women last night, and
that's good.
these pictures started coming out. As a matter of fact, Kelsey got in a little bit of trouble because Chandler had already put Doughboy up.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, the women were like, somebody text Kelsey and say, where are the pictures?
Yeah. We got to have
And
them.
We
so,
gotta have the
and so we
pictures.
did, and she gave us a bunch of them. So
Well, they were dressed up and ready to roll.
Speedy has his own kitchen.
I don't understand it. I don't get
He's
it.
in his
I'd
own
like
kitchen.
to talk to the judge.
There's a little
The other
Doughboy.
people had their own stuff.
But Greg, was it better
Well,
than
I don't know
Doughboy?
about
no,
that.
I don't think so.
Was it better than
Look,
Doughboy?
I mean,
How can you not put a ribbon on Doughboy?
I'm telling you.
Huh? I mean, I know we're
precious.
Yeah, and Greg, and we're not homers at all.
no, not us.
How can you overlook little Doughboy? He's in his own kitchen.
Golly.
He's even got little things he can make things with.
I know. He even had a little spatula.
And did you see it? You know that last picture? It was like getting a little tired.
Yeah, he's done.
I think he's done with Doughboy.
We need a special counsel.
Like Doughboy's tired.
I'm done.
Doughboy's tired.
So done.
Look at them.
All right, we'll come back.
Well, they had fun.
Yeah, it was great. We'll take your phone calls, not your pictures, at 866 We Be Big as the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, let's go to the people. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We want to chat with you with anything that is on your mind right now. The largest number of people in the shortest amount of time. There's 10 lines, so it's easy to get in right now. You can comment on the things you've already heard on the show today. You can bring up things you'd rather talk about, make a comment, ask a question. Bring information to the table, not designed for a meaningless shout-out or a shameless plug, because then you get the instant buzzer. But if you move now, you can get in because lines are available, and because of the phone show format, we do move through the calls rapidly. Therefore, if you're in line, it's like being in the line to get on a ride or eat at a restaurant. The line should move pretty briskly. So let's get started. We'll go to Melissa in the great state of Alabama. Melissa has 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba show. Melissa, go right ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, how you doing, Melissa?
Doing good. I was just going to call about the Braves and the tomahawk chop thing.
Mm-hmm.
It got a little canceled a couple of years ago, and they stopped playing the music. But you can't stop that crowd from doing that.
Yeah, so, sure. but I thought y'all said they still do this.
They have a drum beat. They're adding the drum beat.
Okay.
Yeah.
They have the drum to kind of get it going, but they took down the actual music.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When
they had
everything
the
else started getting canceled.
you correct me if I'm wrong, but it was the actual Florida State band, and the whistle you heard that I was talking about earlier was actually the band. What is it called? Not band director, not conductor. Closer.
Oh my gosh!
Why can we not come up with this?
All of you that are screaming at us right now.
Yes, right now. I'm not a band person.
Drum major.
Drum major.
Thank you, Rick.
It's
Gracious,
him
why'd you
blowing.
just sit there?
It's him blowing the whistle.
I didn't think that could be
or
it.
her. And,
Right, yeah.
and so that's what they've removed is the actual Florida State deal. So,
All right. Well,
and they're trying to do the whistle. There's some solo guy out there trying to do the whistle on his own. And it only sounds good at times depending on where the audio is picked up.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying it's that thing like when a drum major does it,
Yes. That's it.
And we all go.
How's
That's
it going?
it. No, you're all over it. That's it. If you had a whistle, Rick, that was the cadence you needed.
Well, now I will tell
I don't
you
know
this.
if cadence is the right word there, but I just threw it out there.
In surround sound, because my wife will get on to me sometimes because we'll have it too loud, and I'm like, "Well, honey, you got to feel like you're there.
Absolutely.
I mean, come on."
Yeah.
And so we'll have it loud, and when it gets to cranking, and the drum beat starts, for a couple of times, and then it fades out, and then the crowd keeps it going.
Yeah,
it's boy, I tell you, I
something
love
special.
it. I love it.
Yeah,
I love every bit of it.
Do you really love it?
Yeah.
I do too.
I do. Just atmosphere-wise.
It's one of the
big on
main
atmosphere.
reasons I wish Florida State would get back to what they used to do football-wise.
I kind of want to say something that's not going to be liked. I wish it would not be used so often.
Well, I mean,
to me that takes away.
It does seem like the baseball is using it more than they ever have.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So
in weird moments too. But I think it's controlled by human beings now, and guess what? They can't call themselves.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
The guy running the sound and playing the band and those things knows when to do it.
Well,
the right timing.
It's hey, we need a strikeout, or hey, we need to run, or we need to hit. It's a momentum. Starter, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, hey, let's get something done, and it could be we're on defense or offense.
Are y'all still fans of the? Y'all like that at all? In
That's
baseball
not bad.
stat?
Yeah.
When scattered appropriately.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go to Courtney. Courtney, you got 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Lines are available if you want to get in now.
Hey guys, I love high school football probably more than college or the NFL, and we have such a good tradition of high school football in Alabama. I would love, round one starts this week, I would love for you guys to kind of dig in a little bit, Helmsy, and do, kind of cover high school football playoffs a little bit for us.
Oh boy, that's a tall order, Courtney. Because do you realize how many
broad reach?
I mean, we're talking about in one state, like our state, there's 7 classifications.
Yep.
Now we haven't even gotten into Georgia. We haven't gotten into Mississippi, Tennessee, Florida. I mean, do you realize how many states this show is on? But so if say you're listening to the show in Illinois, and we have a lot of people listen there. We have an affiliate there in Ramsey, and of course with all the apps and all that. Mm-hmm. And you're hearing us giving you the rundown on the 1A playoff standing in Mississippi. Do you care? I mean, yeah, I think that's
tough.
Yeah, I don't see how we could do that. And I'm like you, I love high school football, but but I don't think that one has the broad reach, because if you talk about the NFL or college, people care about what's going on even with other teams, even if it's not even in their conference. You know, there's storylines. The number of storylines and just one classification of high school football in one state is not really interesting to other people.
Right.
So yeah, I love high school football too, but that's not really possible.
Too local is what we always say, I guess.
Let's go to Sarah. Sarah in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Sarah, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. I was reading an article about Mark Zuckerberg starting the Metaverse Church. Have y'all heard anything about that?
I have not. He did the whole Metaverse thing. We did do that story, but he's starting a Metaverse Church.
Yes, it's going to be welcoming of, I'll send one of the articles to one of you guys. It's going to be welcoming to all religions, and of course, what they're going to do is get people on there, and then they're going to censor every Bible verse and every this and every that. I don't know. It just seems kind of icky to me, but
there's no doubt that ick factor is through the roof.
Yeah.
All right, so we're looking. She says she's sending the story to us too. Now, thank you.
Well,
for
I
that.
see it here.
Yeah. Let's go to Brian, Pell City. Brian, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just a little confused as to why everybody in at the Braves Stadium is all of a sudden, impromptu doing the 1st and 10 Alabama sign. You know.
You're going to be a little. I got you.
Yeah, okay.
That's good.
That's all right. That wasn't that good.
Well, you know what I'm saying.
Can I ask you this? What
some
if
people are thinking about? What's he talking about?
What if
it's because it had nothing to do with football.
When Florida and Florida State were really good. I'm trying to think of a rival situation here that was pretty intense. Okay, of course it's not now.
Sure,
but when it was, and you say are a Florida Gator fan, are you any rival of Florida State back when they were good? Okay, but you're a Braves fan. Does the chop thing feel weird to you?
Probably.
Because in one place
so,
you can't stand it,
yeah.
And then all of a sudden over here you're asked to do it.
Yeah, that's a great. Yeah,
I would think that'd be a weird place you'd find yourself.
Yeah.
Let's go to.
Think about here. I'll even go further with this. What if you're a Florida Gator that got drafted by the Kansas City Chiefs?
Yeah,
they do it too.
Wow, yeah,
that really brings it home.
Well,
so now you got to hear.
But the check really helps.
Well, it does help.
Yeah,
makes a ton of difference.
Yeah, if you want to pay me as much as the Chiefs pay, you can do any chop you want to. Let's go to Leah. Leah, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, y'all. I didn't know if you'd heard the rumor story coming out of Rome that the meeting with the Pope and Biden went long because he had a accident on himself. So I thought I'd bring it up.
Why no?
Biden or the Pope?
All right.
It's a legitimate question.
That is a legitimate
question. You mean Biden?
Google it.
Okay,
yeah.
Good. Yeah, I just think if I was Joe Biden and the things that he stands for, claiming to be a devout Catholic, and I had to face the Pope, I'd probably have an accident on myself too.
That's good.
James, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was listening to the radio like yesterday, and on the climate conference, Biden was just beside himself. China and another country didn't show up.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa! What about them people he left over there in Iraq and Iran that Biden didn't show up?
There it is.
Whoa!
I say, whoa!
We got Biden clips.
Boy, do we.
Oh, we got them. We'll do that when we come back. We'll give you a Biden update.
Poopy Pants Biden was trending on Twitter over the weekend, I'll tell you that.
Somebody needs to tell Biden, hey, it's really not God.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, let's face it. You hear the updates on the show all the time about inflation. It's running hot. The last couple of decades, we had such a good economy up and down, and now with things going on, Democrats are trying to get another massive spending plan, $3.5 trillion. And then, of course, you have some of the progressives don't even think that's enough. So if you think money grows on trees like the government seems to think, the sitting government especially, then you just keep living in ignorance. But if you're starting to be concerned about the impact of additional spending and what that's going to do to already high inflation, then you need to protect your savings, and I mean you need to do it now. Diversify. You put your savings into physical gold and silver, and we suggest that if you do this with Birch Gold Group. Birch Gold Group is the company that we recommend for precious metals. They just do a great job. They got an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, countless 5-star reviews, thousands of satisfied customers, and they help you protect your hard-earned savings. And right now, thanks to a little-known section of the IRS tax code, you can legally move your IRA or 401k into precious metals. Did you know that? I didn't know that. With no tax implications or penalties. To get started on protecting your savings with gold in a tax-sheltered account, request your free kit info from Birch Gold by texting the word Rick Bubba. So text it now to 989-898. 989-898. Text Rick Bubba, put it all together, and they'll send you this comprehensive 20-page kit, and they'll show you how gold and silver can protect your savings and how you can move your IRA or 401k out of the volatile stocks and bonds and into precious metals, and you'll have a precious metals IRA. There's zero cost, zero obligation to request the info. So go ahead and text. You got nothing to lose. Text Rick Bubba to 989-898. Again, request this free info kit on gold now. Text Rick Bubba to 989-898. 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Bubba not here today, but the rest of us, we forge on. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsley, and Eddie Van Adler all in the mix today. And we'll get your phone calls coming in today. Will of Meat is back in play. And we'll keep you updated with everything that's going on in the wacky world. We've recapped a number of weekend stories while you were hopefully with us. But if not, you can go back and catch those in the Rick and Bubba podcast archives. Speaking of Rick and Bubba University, the standalone podcast, Bubba Watson, our guest this past weekend. If you haven't caught that, go catch that wherever you get podcasts. All right, so it's time for a Biden update. Here we go.
Where did he go? Where did he go? He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
All right, so Speedy is researching the woman called in about some sort of story that's out there about Biden's meeting with the Pope. I don't know. I don't think we'll.
I'm seeing.
Don't think we're going to folloll that one.
No.
But you can't. Look, you never know what you're going to find out there. I don't know what there's anything to that.
I saw the same thing.
So why don't we concentrate on the things that we know for sure? And that's some of the things that he did at the G20 conference in Rome, as we just heard one of the callers bring up. So the G conference. Now, what are we doing here? Is this what is this G20 about? What is this?
Just the climate summit.
Is this another climate deal? Now
We got a plan.
Now, can anybody tell me why? And I've said this every time we do one of these. Why is this not a Zoom or conference call? Why are people traveling?
Good luck getting that.
Did you see
to Rome and producing carbon emissions that everybody says is going to kill us?
We have a story: 85 car motorcade.
So it doesn't. If this is really
in Rome when he was.
If this is really as bad as they want us to believe, they're not living like they really believe it. You could easily have this summit with world leaders and nobody travel to Rome. I mean, you could still have the conversation. But anyway, I digress. So Biden at the G20, he's talking here about being an hour late to his own G20 press conference. This was at the end of the 2-day summit in beautiful Rome, and he kind of rambles around on why he was an hour late. So here we go. Look, here he comes. Greg, please don't
sit down.
listen.
I apologize for keeping you waiting. We were playing with elevators. Long story. At any rate.
Okay.
Long story,
y'all.
guys.
We're playing with elevators. What is he talking about?
He got on there, couldn't get off. Figured couldn't hit the
Greg,
button.
look at the way he walks.
Please sit down. I apologize for keeping you waiting. We were playing with elevators. Long story. At any rate.
Any rate.
Just met the Pope. Had to change my pants.
Yeah.
No.
Well, the reason why Poopy Pants Biden started trending on Twitter
what is that about?
is I did find a former Nevada Republican Party chairwoman and wife of Republican attorney Danny whatever said the word around Rome is that Biden's meeting with the Pope was unusually long because Biden had a bit of a bathroom accident at the Vatican and it had to be addressed prior to him leaving. So that was sent out on Twitter, and then
What does that
everybody
mean?
I don't even know what that is.
everybody started doing the hashtag Poopy Pants
All
Biden.
right.
And so that's how that started.
right.
But
He
go
didn't pull
ahead.
Al Roker, did he? You remember Al Roker talking about the time he was at the White House? You ain't never heard that? Crapped his pants.
Greg.
He did.
Why would Al Roker tell that?
He was when he was on one of them weird diets. Y'all ain't heard that?
No.
Well, you just went ahead and said it.
Wow.
Google it.
I took a sit down at Brett Favre's guest bathroom.
Really?
And Greg dared me to leave one soaking.
He texted me from it.
I experienced something in the White House bathroom that I haven't told many.
Oh boy!
Really?
It has, yeah.
Rick.
Something I witnessed in there.
Really?
You leave one soaking?
No, I didn't, but somebody was having some issues in there, and then I later saw him playing a pretty big role.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Somebody.
He was making some noise.
I thought you were going to say you had a bizarre.
I was so uncomfortable. I was like, "What?"
I was afraid you had an encounter with Pete Buttigieg.
No. Hey, you need to.
All right.
You need to watch.
See what happens when Bubba leaves me
Yeah,
unattended.
I know.
All right, so here we go. All right, so next, President Biden, he is talking about climate change commitments, and he could have just told us he's not happy that Russia and China. I don't even know how he says it, but here he is. Right.
Well, they're not there, Rick.
With regard to the disappointment relates to the fact that Russia and including not only Russia but China basically didn't show up in terms of any commitments to deal with climate change. And there's a reason why people should be disappointed in that. I found it disappointing myself.
Yeah, that's
He
how
couldn't come up with China.
Couldn't come up with China.
China was
I like that. Don't forget this term. Canada, no China.
Because I've done this.
Starts
when-
with a C. What is it?
I've done this when I can't get to my point. You start throwing in words that don't make any sense.
How about that?
How about that? How about people don't basically not show up? They either show up or they don't. I mean, what is basically?
Yeah, basically they didn't show up.
basically,
Basically.
right? They either show up or they didn't. So down there, well, they did. So wait a minute, we're shocked. Now, keep in mind this climate change bunch. Y'all know they're talking about worldwide climate. Now, some of you don't know that. You think it's all wrapped around what goes on in the United States of America season to season. If you're going to address this globally, then Russia and China must participate.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've seen the stories today of the wonderful air pollution in India. If you don't get India and Russia and China on board, we can all do whatever we want to do and have a zippity doo dah day if you believe in this. But how about Russia? What about he says? But we got the two disappointing Russia and such as don't have maps. So anyway, next, Biden is asked about his approval rating of 42%. Here we go.
They listened. Everyone sought me out. They wanted to know what our views were, and we helped lead what happened here. It's just very simple. You know, if you're honest, no, you are honest. That doesn't mean to imply you weren't, but that we got significant support here. Significant support. The United States of America is the most critical part of this entire agenda, and we did it. And by the way, look, the polls are going to go up and down and up and down. They were high early, then they got medium, then went back up, and now they're low. Well, look, this is look at every other president. The same thing has happened, but that's not why I ran. I didn't run to determine how well I'm going to do in the polls. I ran to make sure that I followed through on what I said I would do as president of the United States.
Is he saying the United States of America is the most critical part of climate change and we've done it? Was that the first part of that?
I don't know.
I mean, it's hard to follow. I mean, is that what he was saying? I think maybe. All right. So the ongoing President Biden is given who he's supposed to call on, and he does it again.
Yeah.
Where he looks down at his pre-approved list and just says out loud, thinking out loud, "Oh, over there's the one I'm supposed to call on."
Yeah.
All right. So here we go.
And now I'm happy to take some questions, and I'm told I should start with AP Zeke Miller. Zeke, you have a question?
Yeah.
Didn't recognize your mask on. I apologize.
What are you talking
You
about?
read his name off a piece of paper.
You read it off a piece of paper.
Recognize
You held the piece of paper up where we could see it. and then you said, let's see, I'm told I should start with AP Zeke Miller. Sorry, I didn't recognize you with your mask on.
Looking down at a call sheet, y'all.
Yeah,
Come on, man. Come on, man.
So there is the.
There he is, right there.
There's the latest reassuring update from the leader of the free world, President Joe Biden.
Yeah.
I have gotten to the point now where you really can't get anybody to go, hey, man, I'm even if they voted for him, nobody is saying, no, I think he's good. They're just saying, thank goodness we don't have Trump. But no one is saying, no, what do y'all mean? He's got it doing great. He's got complete control of his faculties. He's fine. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. As we continue to break down the stories of the day. All right, so we got a COVID update here. The bizarro world that we are in, double vaccinated, I guess that means fully vaccinated, says that Jen Psaki, press secretary for the White House, that she has had 2 doses of the vaccine. She's had both. Why are we saying double vaccinated? Does this mean fully vaccinated? Or is this already letting us know that we've created a new term? Double vaccinated means you haven't had the booster, and then when you get the booster, then we'll start saying fully vaccinated.
I guess so.
So you see how this keeps changing. But anyway, she has tested positive for COVID even after being fully vaccinated. So she says that she's got mild symptoms, which we're thankful for that, and she's working from home. But she said after 4 days of negative tests, she tested positive on Sunday, and they're saying that she wasn't kept her distance from the president and wore a mask and all this stuff. They always keep telling us works when it doesn't appear it does. But anyway, so
double vaccinated is having 2 vaccine doses.
Yeah, but
so it's the Moderna and Pfizer requires 2.
Right.
So I guess it's another way of saying full.
Yeah, but
but booster means full now. So I don't know.
I'm telling you, pay attention
That's what it is.
that this is being called double vaccinated now.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
Yeah.
Instead of fully vaccinated.
Right.
It was fully vaccinated, and now the boosters are available. So now it's just called double vaccinated.
Right.
So this is this bizarro fake world that we're living in.
Right.
Bottom line is she got fully vaccinated, and of course, like a lot of people, she still got COVID.
Yep.
But she has mild symptoms, so it can be. Hopefully, that's due to the helpfulness of the vaccine. We sure hope so. But this led to a conversation and this bizarro feeling that we're all having as we begin to agree more and more with Bill Maher. and it's a weird. But let me say this about Bill Maher. Bill Maher, is believes that we would all be better off to live in a godless, secular society, and I disagree with him on that. There's no evidence that is true, but he would love for any people of faith. Everybody, drop your faith. Let's just be humanist. Let's just be secular, and let's just be godless. Believing in God is stupid. That's Bill Maher's view, and I certainly disagree with that. But I'm going to tell you, he also, though, is the kind of person that says, but when it comes to this life that we're living here on earth, I'm not going to go along with pretending something's going on when it's not. And he does have the courage to say things that are counterculture to the culture that wants to embrace him, especially when it comes to things like the terrorist attacks. He called out that why are we coddling Islam on the treatment of women and all this, and the treatment of gay and lesbian people. Why are we giving them a pass and we don't give Christianity a pass on lifestyle stuff? So he said that, and now when it comes to the virus and the pandemic, he is done with all the pretending that is going on. So is it Chris Coons that makes the comment and then he disagrees with him?
Yeah, there's conversation
okay?
back and forth, and the senator kind of agrees with what he's saying, which is the natural immunity part that's being ignored.
He does or doesn't agree with that?
He does.
Okay, so here is the first comment. Now, who's this guy that's telling us that we got to vaccinate the whole world?
Oh, it's Senator Coons. Yes,
yeah,
he's saying until the rest of the world comes along.
So he doesn't agree with him.
But towards the end, Bill Maher says, "I tell you, the natural immunity people, we shouldn't be firing them. We should be hiring them." And he kind of agrees with that.
So listen to Senator Chris Coons, what he says, Democratic from Delaware, and then listen to Bill Maher's comment. Here we go.
One of the critical things that's being discussed right now by President Biden, one of the things we have to recommit ourselves to, is supporting vaccination around the rest of the world. There's still a lot of countries that are very, very minimally vaccinated, because if a variant develops out in the world that is able to defeat the vaccine, we are all the way back at the beginning. So in the United States and most of the Western world, we're ready to be done with this, but we're not done until the world is safe, and we're not safe as a world until the world's vaccinated.
No, not true.
Except the world recognizes natural immunity. We don't, because everything in this country has to go through the pharmaceutical companies. Natural immunity is the best kind of immunity. We shouldn't fire people who have natural immunity because they don't get the vaccine. We should hire them. Right. Yes?
If someone tests as having antibodies.
Well, okay, but people who've had it, I've had it.
Right.
I mean, I shouldn't be tested anymore. I had the vaccine.
If someone's willing to be a fireman, if someone's willing to be a policeman, if someone's willing to go into a burning building and says, I'm just not that afraid of COVID and I don't want to take the vaccine, that should be enough. He shouldn't be losing his job. He shouldn't be furloughed without pay. The guy that saves lives because he doesn't want to take a vaccine. It's ridiculous.
And just a little messaging. I mean, I see it all the time. I saw it driving in today. People outside alone, walking with a mask. It's so stupid. It's an amulet.
Yes.
It's a charm people wear around neck to ward away evil spirits. It means nothing. I mean, can't we get people to understand the facts more? I mean,
He's right, and Coons didn't care for that, by the way, and he had to say, well, yeah, if you can test for antibodies. But the point is,
you can.
Yeah, you can. How about Bill Maher is correct, and what he's saying is, and what I love, did anybody catch Senator Coons saying, well, the problem is if we get a variant that gets through the vaccine, you mean like Delta? That's already happened. The press secretary has it.
Right.
What are you talking about? We already have a leaky vaccine. It's already leaky. Now, if you want to say, well, but we think it helps you not have a severe, fine. But please don't act like that this vaccine that was designed to stop alpha and did is also stopping the variant as far as people getting it. It's not. It's not. So he acts like there's some scenario that we might get into that we're already in. So it's the ignoring of the natural antibodies has been the dumbest thing that this country has done in a while medically. And a lot of people who feel the way Bill Maher feels, it just sounds like if we don't pass through the pharmaceutical companies, we can't be given credit for being okay. We must go kneel to the pharmaceutical companies and say, I'll have another, please. My natural antibodies are not good enough. You have produced something better. We are so sorry for pretending that we have protection that's even better than the vaccine. Please forgive us and just give us the jab so we can have our lives back. And that kind of garbage is not what this country is supposed to be about. And firing people that have natural antibodies, or like this woman said, firing anybody who just doesn't want to take the vaccine. You mean to tell me we're worried that a fireman has the vaccine or not? But the policeman, the military, especially if they have the natural antibodies. I mean, this thing of ignoring people with natural antibodies. I mean, somebody came out from the very beginning, one of the scientists, followed the science, and said the vaccine was designed to stop alpha. It will only tackle alpha. It doesn't know what delta is, but the natural antibodies will tackle anybody that's toting the COVID-19 uniform. That we said this from the very beginning, and it's like that science was just not allowed to exist. It's not allowed. So we don't really follow science. We follow preferred science. If we can find a scientist that agrees with us, then we all go to that science. On both sides of it.
Yeah.
So we're really not following pure science because we're following preferred science. Just like climate. There are climatologists that do not think that man-made global warming is a big deal, but they're not preferred.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us again today. HelloFresh.com and the Rick and Bubba Show teaming up to make meal planning for you so simple, so delicious. I know, but man, when you're on the run, and so many families are on the run, whether the fake world people believe it or not, most of us have returned back to a pretty normal schedule. And, now you're back to, getting those meals on the run, or maybe you're just looking at a better way to plan your meals, to get a variety of, just try some new recipes. Whatever reason you may need a meal planning service that actually sends you the recipe card, the ingredients for the meal, and it sends it right to you. You can even get snacks on the go. There's all kinds of things you can do. Saves you about 30% on your total food bill because you're not wasting, you're not buying products you never use. And they're with their ability to go out and buy things such high volume, they also are able to give you better prices. So go to HelloFresh.com right now. 50 menu and market options every week to choose from. You can stop whenever you want to. You can change how many meals you need, customize it to week by week, and just enjoy delicious food. Great way to teach your kids or somebody. Say you got a kid that's in college. Teach them how to cook. They're about to get out on their own. You got to teach them how to be independent. Go to HelloFresh.com. That's HelloFresh.com or RickandBubba.com. You'll find it there under the sponsors button. We'll get you up to 14 free meals and free shipping using the promo code Bubba. You'll also find that link at RickandBubba.com. All right, so let's get an update on what's going on with this horrible Alec Baldwin story.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Now, I must warn you, when this video was sent to me over the weekend, I watched the whole thing. This is here's how it feels. I guess this is accurate. People are hounding Alec Baldwin everywhere he goes, wanting him to comment. And I don't know, it looks almost like he and his family pulled over on the side of the road, and he gets out and starts talking to some reporters because they're near a pretty busy highway. And Alec is trying to tell them, in all fairness, I cannot comment on the ongoing investigation. I've been asked not to do that. But he starts trying to talk to them, at least give them some basic things to try to get them to leave him alone, I guess. At one point he says, hey, my kids are crying in the car. But his wife keeps getting in the shot, and she has her phone out, and she keeps making comments and stuff. And at one point he's telling her, he tries to hush her.
Oh, boy, he paid for that later.
This kind of stuff.
Secondhand?
Yeah, but anyway.
Don't you he heard about that later?
Oh, you better believe he did. You ever had that feeling where you've been around people and you said something and you see the look on your wife's face? Yeah. You're like, I'm going to hear about that.
Yeah.
Kind of like some of y'all. Thanks for telling Sherry that I talked about our deal with the trash can. Appreciate y'all letting them. She didn't even know.
Yeah.
But anyway, all right. So
I was hoping you'd give us an update. Your parents liked the trash can.
They did.
I actually looked at them when I got over there.
Yeah.
Did really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you agree with me with that top on it? It's everything you need.
I think so. Right?
Alec Baldwin, breaks his silence, and the young lady that was killed, is it Helena?
Go with that.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you pronounce her name, and I apologize for that. But this is the young woman that was the cinematographer that was killed. Yeah. And so you're going to hear Alec at least trying to let them know that this is someone that meant a lot to them, and that he actually knew. So here we go.
Let's go. What do you want to know?
All right, Ali, what's the current state of what's going on with the case?
I'm not allowed to make any comments because it's an ongoing investigation. I've been ordered by the Sheriff's Department in Santa Fe. I can't answer any questions about the investigation. I can't. Okay. It's an active investigation in terms of a woman dying. She was my friend. She was my friend.
Do you think his wife, which she does need to get out of the shot,
Why
do you think
are they on
she's
the
trying
side
to
of the road?
she's trying to document?
You thought I was exaggerating, didn't you?
What's being said as well. So in case he has some unfair editing or something going on.
All right, watch Alec.
Did they have a flat tire and they're out changing it? Why are they standing on the side of the road?
I think they were getting followed. Maybe I don't know. But watch this.
Maybe a parking lot.
You heard me tell you, Alec is getting frustrated with his wife. Knows what she's doing. Watch.
You met with the I'm afraid I forget her name in the moment, but you met with her family in the
Helena.
day.
Her name is Helena. If you're spending this much time waiting for us, you should know her name. Her name is Helena.
Helena Hutchins. I met with her husband Matthew and her son. Yeah, that's right.
And how did that meeting go?
I wouldn't know how to characterize it. They're mortified.
You guys, you know what? No details.
But do me a favor. I'm gonna answer the question.
He's in trouble. He was probably very upset.
The guy is overwhelmed with grief. This is something that there are incidental accidents on film sets from time to time, but nothing like this. This is a 1 in a trillion episode. It's a 1 in a trillion event. And so he is in shock. He has a 9-year-old son.
Okay. Oh wow!
Did you notice she got out of the picture?
That was a lot worse than I thought.
I can see her standing at the car like this.
Yeah, he's in trouble.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah, he realized that he didn't realize his tone was as bad as it was.
Right.
He'll pay for that.
That's bad tone.
Yeah.
Well, he gets frustrated.
Yeah.
Ask his daughter.
But check that email. I mean, voicemail.
Yeah. He gets frustrated. But
He does.
But it's but you understand to some degree his frustration though. He's like, guys,
I don't understand why he's outside. Did that car come behind and photobombed?
I could have this wrong in stories combined, but I saw where they were up in Vermont or something at a small town.
Yeah,
and
I
it's
saw
like
that
they were
dinner
on
and stuff.
Yeah, and that looks. I wonder if it's that same trip, and the cameras were just following them everywhere.
And he just pulled over and said, "Okay,
I
bring
guess
it
so.
on."
Let's because you saw in the first one he said, "All right, let's go, bring it. What you got? You know, like maybe he had
Let's
enough.
get it over with. Y'all follow me everywhere,
right?"
No Bip. Why I've got the. You don't even know her name.
You're right.
To you, Rick, it's Helena or something.
Helena. Sad deal. He's calling
It's
it.
not is that what he said?
I don't remember.
It is.
Yeah,
Is it
it
like
was.
the sound, like my town, Helena?
It sounded like that's how they said it.
No, that's how they said it. That's obviously not how it's spelled.
Helena.
Yeah, Helena.
Yeah.
I got
It is very similar to
Helena. That's easy.
Does so you know that you? But do you think some of this? Because I noticed when I watched the whole thing, he's really making a case that this. You know, he said it there, 1 in a trillion. Is this some of the? Because isn't he involved with the production of it all and all that?
Yeah.
He's a big.
I think he's one of the producers.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So you see a little bit of, you know, he's not really. You don't hear him saying it was unsafe or anything like that. He's trying to say, look, this is a 1 in a trillion thing that can happen.
Yeah.
But of course, if you're, you know, her husband and her family,
Yeah.
it feels like a lot to you.
Yeah.
So I don't know. There'll definitely be, as he said, an ongoing investigation about this. But it's a terrible thing.
Now, and the assistant director is the one that handed him the pistol. We talked about this last week and said it was cold, which means it was clear or whatever.
Yeah.
And I understand that the crew didn't have what they called their shields up. I don't know if they have something up if it's a shooting scene that they have some type of protection as well. So it was it a downtime where it was between shots? I don't mean that between
Takes,
scenes,
like, yeah.
between takes, where he was
thing we
sitting
heard,
down and it was,
things that he was just practicing.
right. So like it wasn't in a scene. It was in
I've
the
heard
downtime.
that. I don't know. I've heard so many things.
This is
I
another-
heard that it was between, like I say, he was just practicing drawing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the first thing that I heard, I've noticed a lot of times these things are out there 1st, and everybody starts chasing so many things. You go back and go, you know, they said that right at the very beginning.
Right.
You know, and that is that, you know, just like at the very beginning, I was told on the pandemic at the very beginning, your natural antibodies are going to exceed 90 days. That's wrong information. Okay, we're seeing T cells in people, so them telling you 90 days is incorrect. That was early on. Okay, but anyway, he is saying here, the first thing I heard is he was supposed to be doing a scene where he backs out of the church, and he was, to your point, he was practicing what he was supposed to do, pulling it from his holster, and it went off. So it wasn't like they were rolling.
Yeah.
And so means they wouldn't have a shield up problem.
Yeah.
On that. But notice he's saying things like, we are a very, and I saw this in the full audio, we were a very, very well-oiled crew shooting a film together, and then this horrible event happened. He's trying to downplay it was reckless, the safety wasn't good.
Not qualified. This person already had complaints against him.
Right. Yeah.
Camera crew walked out earlier in the day was a story.
Right.
So he's trying to protect all
They
that.
did ask him if they thought this movie would ever be made. He said no. Yeah. He didn't think anybody would go back and try to pick this up now. So, I mean, yeah, because that's a hard thing.
I like a good Western.
I do too. Have you seen the one I told you about yet?
No, I haven't.
Old Henry? You need to watch Old Henry. That's a good one.
Old Henry.
We'll come back. We'll take your phone calls next at 866 We Be Big. The beauty of the phone segment coming up next is we now can talk about anything you want to. All 10 lines will be available for your comments and your questions and for you to bring information to the table when the Rick and Bubba show continues without Bubba today, right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. All 10 lines are available, and you can join us. Talk about any topic you want to at 866 We Be Big. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. If you make a move right now, you will most definitely get in. And then we'll start moving through the calls rapidly by using the old buzzer. The old buzzer keeps the line moving. Let's keep it moving. And we get to go through a number of calls in a short period of time. And if you dial us up right now, we'll get you set up and ready to go. Things you need to know in the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. So we will have, I will be headed out this weekend, High Point, North Carolina. Really excited about going to High Point, North Carolina. Beautiful part of the world. I'm loving the weather right now. Hopefully it'll just be nice this weekend, I hope. But it doesn't matter. We're inside. A Green Street Baptist Church in High Point, North Carolina, men's conference this weekend. I'll be the speaker on Friday night and Saturday as we roll through the stuff from themanchurch.com, and you're welcome to join us. If you want to find those details, go to rickandbubba.com or burgessministries.com under upcoming events. At burgessministries.com under upcoming events, Sherry, my wife, is out. Women's event coming up in beautiful Union City, Tennessee, where you listen to us on KYTN. Lunch with the ladies, and then Sherry will be talking with you after that and giving that message. If you want those details, go to burgessministries.com and get your ticket to join Sherry there this Saturday. And then if you want to see all the different man churches that are going on all over the Rick and Bubba listening and viewing area, there's 9 different ones this month with our different speakers going out to different cities that are at different stages of the men's discipleship strategy. You can find all those by going to themanchurch.com and looking at upcoming events. Remember, O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. You can get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. So phone calls coming in. Another thing we need to hit, too, Bubba was supposed to go see SpaceX, and we think he's got to the airport and is working his way back, so I think he will be here tomorrow, Lord willing. Musk is behind that, and Elon Musk is doing those things today in this story that really fires me up.
Yeah.
So we'll hit that before the day is done
good.
As well. But phone calls right now. Mark is out of Montgomery, listening to us on I-92 WLWI. Mark, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm doing great. First time calling, long time listener.
Yeah, well, and monkey grass to you, my friend. So what's on your mind today?
Hey, just wanted to call, man. Just started a new job this week, and my buddy right here, he's got a happy birthday today. His name is Tim Boswell, out of close to Highland Home, Alabama.
Oh, happy birthday to Tim.
He's saying he was a new dad, or Tim was? Is it Tim's birthday?
I think it was.
Or did he say new dad? I don't know.
New dad? Johnny, new dad?
I thought I did.
Guys, here's one of the things.
I don't think he's.
Here's one of the things I want to. Here's one of the things I want to tell you guys.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard this discussion. It was when somebody in the industry, our industry, okay, and so we were talking about it in the company that he works for, and he said, I really believe that all of us at some point are going to just become podcast hosts. He said, I think my show is just going to become podcasts, and all the shows that work for this company will just be all just recording different kind of podcasts. And I said, well, what are you talking about? I said, well, how's a person on a podcast take phone calls? He goes, I think the industry's about to be done with phone calls.
Yeah. What?
He goes, have you heard phone calls lately?
Well, he's right. The quality's not
the quality's
there.
not
the quality's there. He goes, the phone calls are becoming less and less part of the talk show format.
Well,
because of the quality, meaning they're just not that concerned about it. If all the people really wants the content anyway, I mean, you can get that whenever you want to.
I don't know. I sure do like calls.
Yeah. Who's Greg going to make fun of?
I know, but you got.
I guess us.
But you got to be able to understand them.
Yeah.
So I can't
like
figure
there's
out.
sports shows I listen to. I like when callers call in.
Yeah.
Because because they're so delusional.
Right.
It's entertaining.
Right. I do need to tell our friend Feinbaum one thing though. Okay, we've heard you talk to Augie enough. Okay, let's screen Augie a few times. Yeah. I mean, how about
you just give him a little info?
Well, I've reached out, because it's football season, so I was like, hey, I hadn't heard Feinbaum in a while, so I tried to listen to him after some big games or big things that happened. And every time I turned it on, he's talking to Augie, some guy named Augie. And I'm like, I want to hear you to talk to other. You're a pretty big show. Surely you can get more calls than just Augie. Who's this Augie?
I'd like Augie to call our show.
Is Augie
right
an
now.
expert or something? I mean,
Augie, who died and left Augie?
enough with the Augie call. I mean, it's every day. You and Augie go on and on and on.
Yeah.
We're not that.
He's got some that I do want to hear every day, but
I know, but not Augie.
Not Augie.
And Augie's got a little bit of tone about him, like he thinks he knows it more. And that he and Paul are tight. They've been running buddies or something.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe they were. I don't know. That's why he gets in every day. I don't know.
Of course, Jim, I can hear him every day.
Yeah.
Not to deal with this subject here, but you mentioned Bubba coming back. Do you know what airlines he flew?
I think Southwest.
Right. American Airlines passengers face another day of travel troubles.
Oh,
265 flights
boy.
canceled after a meltdown this past weekend.
What do you mean meltdown? What happened?
I don't know. Some type of
employees or
delay
something?
meltdown this past weekend. And I was hoping it wasn't. It
industry
wasn't that.
stressful.
Yeah, I think.
I was like, well, he won't get back.
I think the commercial airline industry has now become a survival thing.
Yeah.
Like,
if you work for them between masks, support animals, delays, vaccine requirement, boy, it's something.
I think it's been that, and I think even for the customers, it's like we're willing to fly you where you want to go, maybe eventually. Are you willing? We're going to see how much we can put you through that you'll still keep paying.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the
because
most-
anything goes.
Yeah. Hey, when you come to see us? Well, I'm going commercial. I have no idea.
I may get there today or next week.
Mike in Chelsea. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Rick, got something for Speedy to research a little bit if he's interested. The Novavax vaccine. Are y'all familiar with that?
Say again.
The Nova?
The Novavax vaccine.
Novavax. I'm not. No, sir. I'm not familiar with that.
Get Speedy to do a little research on the Novavax. It's not made, built, however they. It's not an mRNA vaccine. It's made like pertussis, like the hepatitis vaccine, and it was supposed to be released the third quarter.
Novavax.
Well, Johnson & Johnson was it's not the mRNA either.
Correct.
No.
That's the one Adler got.
Yeah, I'm looking at some older stories from this past summer, even that was talking about.
So
how,
what was the what? I know nobody gave him a timeout, and probably because it was about Novavax. But but what?
When I heard Novavax,
what is what does he want us to take from it?
Let's see here. I don't know. It says Novavax COVID-19 vaccine receives first emergency use authorization. This is an hour old here, so I'm looking into it. I don't know.
Speedy researching.
Yes,
yeah,
what
I
he's
am.
doing. I'll tell you what I'm doing.
Use authorization COVID-19 vaccine and Indonesia making it the first approval everywhere. See, oh wow, look at here. We got Canada, Europe using it.
Yeah,
Let's see.
Okay, we're looking at it. So let me see if I can't guess. It sounds like they're trying to do the old school vaccine that would give you a little bit of the disease so that you'll develop antibodies against it, kind of like your body does when you already had it.
Yeah, protein-based vaccine.
This thing of ignoring natural antibodies is just bizarre. Yeah. I mean, it's just weird. It's like
Bill Maher agrees.
Well, but you know what I mean. It's not even like this shouldn't even be a bit controversial topic.
I know. I just kind of take a look at it,
Yeah, it's like you look over and somebody's on a bicycle and you can clearly see the pedals and they're trying to figure out how to ride it, and you're like, it doesn't look that complicated. Just start pedaling. Top of the hour. We'll come back. Elon Musk says that he will sell $6 billion in Tesla stock and donate it if somebody can prove something. I'm so glad we're getting some of this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's good to hear people say, look, I'm having enough of these sound bites. I'm going to force your hand on one. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're from the broadcast plaza and teleport. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for being with us today. Bubba out today, back tomorrow. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here as we start a brand new hour. We invite you to join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll get to some more of your phone calls before the hour is done. Willow Meat is back in play. Could happen at any time, so be paying attention for that. All right, so this Elon Musk story, and Bubba has got settled waiting on his plane to come back, so now he's in that sitting here. Probably didn't take as long to get to his city as he thought it would, so he's got a little longer than he expected before his plane leaves, and so now he's starting to pepper us a little bit with text, and I knew he was going to love this story because he was trying to see SpaceX send a crew up to the space station, and that did not happen, so he got to spend some time in Orlando, but hopefully he and his wife had a great time anyway. If you're going to be stuck somewhere, Orlando's got a lot to do.
Yeah.
So there you go. And I know he went to the Kennedy Flight Center and got to see all that stuff, so that was good. We saw some pictures of that if you follow him on social media. But anyway, Elon Musk, and I think there needs to be more of this. You're starting to see people going, you know what, I'm not going to live in this soundbite world and this fake world, and if you're going to make a statement, I'm going to ask you to explain it to me. Or as we were saying early on, why don't you walk this out for me and tell me how this really happens? Yeah. You make an accusation, you throw something out there, but I'm going to ask you to actually show me how this is going to take place. If you remember, this thing that we love to do where we demonize wealthy people as if it just happened to them.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't innovative. They didn't come up with a great idea. They didn't work hard. Just somehow it's unfair that somebody has the kind of money they have and I don't, so it must be unfair. I could have come up with all the things that Elon Musk has come up with if I just had my chance. If somebody hadn't just been mean to me and been unfair to me.
Yeah.
And anyway, so Elon Musk, is everybody familiar with World Food Program Director David Beasley? So the World Food Program works with feeding hungry people, and that's great. I'm glad they do. But David Beasley should not have said what he said because now Elon Musk is going to take him to task over it. He claimed when it came out that I guess it's Tesla or Musk was worth their stocks were worth $6 billion. He said that talking about Elon Musk's wealth, that $6 billion would solve the world hunger issue. Well, so Elon Musk says, all right, I'll tell you what. I will provide the $6 billion that you, Mr. Beasley, claim that you need, but the way you get my $6 billion, since you said if I would just give $6 billion, you could solve world hunger, you must, and this is the requirement to get the $6 billion. He said, I'll give it for a charitable donation, okay?
Yeah.
$6 billion of stock is yours. But I'm requiring that the World Food Program that they have to show Elon Musk exactly how their money is spent, and they must show him how they'll take $6 billion and solve world hunger.
If you do that, I'll foot the bill.
He said, I'll tell you what, if you show me the game plan, then the $6 billion is yours. But you have to, first of all, I want to see how y'all operate.
Mm-hmm.
Show me how you spend. I'd love to know what the overhead is there. I'd like to know what.
What do you plan on doing with this $6 billion?
I'd like to know what old dynamic David Beasley makes. Let's see how much he's knocking down.
Right.
For running the World Food Project. So anyway, he said if the World Food Project can describe to me exactly how the $6 billion will solve world hunger, they got it.
Now the ball's back in their court.
So the ball is back over in the WFP court, and says we must have open source accounting, meaning we, the public, he's talking about not just me, everybody, we need to see exactly how money is spent at the World Food Project. And then if you show me how you're spending your money, and if you show me how my $6 billion is going to help 42 million people that you say are going to die if we don't reach them, he said, this is not complicated. You claim that 42 million people could be fed that you say are going to die if we don't get food to them. I got $6 billion. Show me how I feed 42 million people to the point they won't be hungry. And you show me how 6 billion can feed 42 million. Now, keep in mind, can't just be one meal if we're trying to solve world hunger. They can never be hungry again.
Yeah, that means solved.
That means they got food that's enough food not to die of hunger, right?
Mhm.
And I will say that I think David Beasley is a little wrong. I don't think $6 billion will do that. But he says if it will, show me how it's done and done.
We'll do it.
We'll do it. I love this.
I do too.
Yeah. Now again,
Walk it out.
Because it's so easy to sit up in the stands
Yeah.
and throw darts at people. Or I'll tell you one thing, if we had that $6 billion, we could solve world hunger. Okay, show me how that's done. You got it.
Watch what you wish for.
Yeah, that's right. To Nathan in Enterprise. Nathan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead, buddy.
Yeah, Rick, I was just wondering if you could talk about the executive orders that KIV's issued for Alabamians and unfold that and talk about how that affects us and whether or not we're still the corporations are able to force people to take the shot or not.
Well, here's what I haven't researched it, but I've had people say I saw that. It's funny, probably the situation you're in, which is why you're asking if we can explain it, and unfortunately the answer is no. But I had this was how my emails looked from Alabama last week. KIV, good job. You have done your job of trying to help the vaccine mandates that are coming from the federal government. Then I was peppered by all I did was mention. It looks like our state and other states are trying to pass mandates like Florida, are trying to pass legislation, that would make it difficult or impossible for the federal government to hand these mandates down. Then I received all kinds of emails saying, what she's doing is not going to solve anything. She's not doing enough. That's not going to do anything. It's poorly written. It's not going to accomplish anything. So I really don't know. I have not researched and looked into it. I have no idea what it's going to do, and I apologize for that. But there's so many different things in different states, and so I've heard some people say it sounds good in a soundbite, but it's not going to accomplish anything. She hasn't done enough. Then other people say, hey, she should be applauded for what she's done. So I really don't know. But I'm sure your phone call will garner a number of other calls, probably with more information.
It is fighting the overreaching vaccine mandates. So,
I got that.
Yeah.
But the people, my emails were 10-1 that it was not enough. Now maybe it's maybe she's made an adjustment on it since then. But most of my emails saying don't be misled by the headline. It's not enough. It's not a big enough step. So I don't know. Let's go to David in Prattville. David, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, did Bubba think he could have something? Come on, y'all should have gave this. This should have been like the main. If you can't have nothing, you can't even have a space flight.
Hey, you can't even have a space flight. You can't. I don't know what Bubba was thinking. Yeah, I think he did try to have something. Don't you think he's guilty of that? Kind of like Braves fans are trying to right now.
Sure.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I know. I see you over there, Speedy. You're trying to have something.
Yeah.
Helmsley's absolutely trying to have something.
I'm not saying anything. Not till it's over.
15 minutes past the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll continue to unpack the day for you. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. As we make our way back, we talked a little bit of sports today, not a ton of it. Gave you kind of the basics. Now, don't we get our first? What is the playoff bunch called? Their first.
You talking about college football?
College football. Their first ranking, isn't that
tomorrow
tomorrow
that
night?
comes Tuesday. Yes,
tomorrow night. So that's the first time we see
the selection committee.
It's so funny, by the way, to watch some of these commentators try to pretend that they think that Cincinnati could beat Alabama.
It's ridiculous.
What a ridiculous statement. But anyway, so here's the AP poll going into that tomorrow night. Georgia's still at 1. Cincinnati moves to the number 2 spot.
Yeah.
Greg, you got a commentary on that? Do you feel the way you felt about Iowa when they came to number 2?
I do. I think they're better than Iowa, but they're not number 2.
By the way, Iowa got beat again.
I know, bad.
Yeah. So anyway,
wait a minute, right again.
You're right.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm asking. What do you think about Cincinnati?
No, I think Cincinnati's got a good ball club, but I don't think they're top 4.
Do you think they're better than Alabama?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I don't either. Oklahoma 4, Michigan State 5. I didn't believe in Michigan State, but I thought what they did to come back against Michigan was
impressive. I still ain't that part of it.
And then it's Ohio State, Oregon, Notre Dame, Michigan, Wake Forest.
Will there be a surprise in the top 4? That's different than. Do you think they'll put a Big Ten in, like a Michigan State? Will they be in 4? Or do you think Cincinnati? You think Georgia and Cincinnati they have that right, 1 and 2, or do you think Cincinnati would be like?
You're telling
4?
me that Cincinnati, you got Georgia, and we've all seen that Cincinnati is right behind them. You're telling me that?
I do not believe that.
I don't either.
Their big win against Notre Dame. Really,
guys, we act like Notre Dame's. I mean, they're not bad.
I know.
By no means, they're not bad by no means,
right.
but they're.
It looks like they got Tulsa, USF, SMU, and ECU left on their schedule.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to have any problems. I just don't think they can.
Oh, they'll run the table on that.
Yeah, I believe that Georgia and Alabama play at one level, and then everybody else is like in another. Yeah. Like they're all just kind of keeping around down there.
Right.
And I don't know that that anybody can. I think they can. You saw A&M beating Alabama, which was a shocker, but they got it done. But boy, I just can't find a weakness in Georgia. And now even their problem at quarterback is getting resolved.
Yeah, the walk-on guy's still lighting it up.
Yeah. So anyway,
how do you feel about Ohio State being ranked higher than Oregon, and Oregon beat Ohio State head-to-head? They're both 7-1.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't think that's.
I don't either. Even though Ohio State probably is better than Oregon, but they beat them.
Yeah,
we played head. If I beat you head-to-head, and I get it, on any given day it can happen.
Yeah,
I don't know.
So anyway, then in NASCAR, Greg, this is your world. NASCAR, we had a bit of a dust up here.
Yeah, had a little dust up at Martinsville.
Alex Bowman and Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, I think what's got everybody's attention is that Hamlin actually pulled up in front of him nose to nose. You know how that at the end of the race, and was giving him some good hand signals. And all that.
Was he?
And then he gets out and dogs him in an interview, talks about how terrible a driver he is. He basically said he has the best car every week, and he finishes 10th. Of course, he won this one. But.
Yeah. Well, look, man, boy, I'm telling you, they're doing war by cars. There at the start finish.
They showed the camera shot of him inside the car.
No.
Well, you don't. Yeah.
He's double fisted.
I don't think we can.
I think I love the two-way to him. Hey, big picture here, man. Be thinking big picture.
Yeah, they're trying
to calm him down.
Think big
he wasn't
picture.
Happy.
Denny's really mad.
No, he's very mad, Rick.
So I know that Alex Bowman spun him out, right?
Yeah, Bowman said I got loose and I got up into him. I mean, I didn't mean to. But I know, Rick. Come on,
Robin's racing.
So especially on that track. That track there, that's what it's all about.
Who says you got the best car every week and you finished 10th?
That was Hamlin talking about Bowman.
Oh, does it? I didn't know Alex Bowman had the best car.
He said he's a joke. Said he can't drive. Well, he's driving the former Jimmy Johnson car. 48.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah. For Hendrick. So yeah, he does have a good car.
Yeah, the paint scheme threw me off there, but that is the 48 though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So anyway, little dust up there, and
didn't like it.
No, didn't like it at all. And then you've got some stories. Gary Patterson's out at TCU. Anybody care about that?
Now, remember when every time a job came open, his name was always mentioned?
Yeah.
To get it. And I haven't kept up with them that much the past few years. Did they? Have they been that bad? I know this year.
I don't know.
Great,
it doesn't really
the
explain.
guy's pretty established.
Yeah. He was asked to stay on and finish out the season. He said, "No, I'm going to leave now."
I don't blame him. I wouldn't stay either.
TCU has dropped 3 in a row, all in the conference, and Kansas State got them Saturday.
What they do last year? I mean, you know what I'm talking about? I mean,
yeah, right.
Because they've always been pretty good. You used to hear his name mentioned every time a job came up.
It says everybody's mad, and so he's got to go.
Yeah.
So anyway, he's
of course,
out.
a lot's changed, Rick. Back when we used to. Oh, I'm sorry, it was Jerry Patterson. I got
over in the NFL.
He was Jerry. I didn't know where he was. I thought he was coaching TCU.
Big injuries in the NFL. Sean Payton is afraid that Jameis Winston may have a significant knee injury. Wasn't he playing pretty well?
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't look good when he went down.
Derrick Henry may be out for the season.
Wow.
For the Titans.
Getting an MRI today on foot injury.
And then the Falcons wide receiver, former Alabama Crimson Tider, Calvin Ridley, says, "I'm going to step away from football at this time to focus on my mental health." Says past few weeks have been very challenging, and as much as I'd like to be on the field competing with my teammates, I need to step away from football at this time and focus on my mental well-being. This will help me be the best version of myself in the future. Says he's been dealing with a personal matter, and he did not go to London with the team, and now he says he's going to step away.
Wow.
So, Greg, where are you in the London game? I bet I can guess.
Don't like it?
Yep, there it is.
Don't like it. We have no business over there playing.
I knew that was coming.
What's the point?
So, and then Colin Kaepernick. Can you even call this sports?
Right.
I don't. What are we doing here?
Is it a special on Netflix?
Yeah, it's on Netflix. Yeah.
Why do we care anymore what Colin Kaepernick has to say? Hasn't he had his time to say it?
You would think.
Well, he's getting the press on this.
Well, now, guys, can I tell you how disrespectful to slavery this kind of commentary is?
I know, it really is.
I don't know how Colin Kaepernick can be so ignorant about slavery. He is comparing the NFL to slavery in a Netflix documentary. Black players are inspected by white coaches before appearing in shackles on an auction block.
See.
Well, first of all, the slaves were brought there against their will.
Yes.
And they weren't paid millions of dollars.
Right.
And they could leave anytime. They weren't able to leave anytime they wanted to. I'm missing the comparison.
I want you to know that Colin Kaepernick, comparing this to slavery, when he played, his annual salary was $19 million.
That horrible, horrible, racist NFL.
That's
don't think the slaves.
That's
got
not
that kind of
exactly.
contract.
That's not exactly the life of a slave.
Wow.
Don't.
And even this, the combine, you don't have to go if you don't want to.
No.
Even if you're invited, you can turn it down. A lot of people do.
Colin Kaepernick, I hate to tell you this, but not that I've noticed, are great athletes who happen to be black walking along the streets, minding their own business. And an NFL team comes up and catches them in a net, drags them down, throws them in the back of a van, takes them to some city where they are then in chains, and then put a uniform on them and told to go out and play, and they are paid nothing.
Yeah.
And they're put in separate quarters where they're fed the basic foods.
Yeah, not happening.
It's crazy. Crazy comparison.
Has that ever happened?
He's doing exactly what he thinks. It'll grab a headline.
Right.
You keep making
well,
statements
it's disrespectful because I'm afraid
of the suffering that did happen.
You don't want children growing up saying, well, Colin Kaepernick said slavery was a lot like the NFL. No, I don't. No, it wasn't.
You're cleaning it up.
Yeah, it really wasn't. No, this is that's not what we want people to think.
No,
because then it belittles
how horrible it really was.
Atrocity of slavery.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I guess...
But he's got to stay relevant
Yeah, you're right.
somehow.
It's almost like Colin Kaepernick said, you know what, we've gone 10, 15 minutes and nobody said anything about it.
Yeah. Let me throw something crazy out there.
Wow. But, boy, you're talking about continuing to lose credibility. Your phone calls and more stories coming up. Stay close. More Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Let's go. Everybody say.
right, we got phone calls coming in, and more of you can get in now if you'd like. Bubba back tomorrow. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Let's go. How would you like to have a customized mattress that was designed with the way you prefer to sleep in mind? The real Greg Burgess, baby brother, and his wife have one, and you're loving it.
I am. It's a great product, Rick.
Yeah, you told him you sleep. Little baby brother likes to sleep on his side.
That's right, and I like the mattress about medium.
Do you really medium?
Yeah, and they did it just like I requested, and I love it. And my 100 days are up, and it don't matter because I'm not sending it back.
Yeah, but you got.
I had 100 days to make my mind up.
Yeah, you got 100 days to make your mind up. They customize it, ask you a few questions about how you like to sleep, send it directly to you. You sleep on it for up to 100 nights, and as Greg said, and he and Lisa are loving it. We're going to save you $200 if you go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. That's HelixSleep.com/Bubba, and have them send you one. Sleep on it for 100 nights. We know you're going to keep it because you're going to love it. But get yours right now. And you know what? All of our health really foundationally starts from getting a good night's sleep.
Whew.
And some of you are sleeping on mattresses that they're the reason you're not sleeping well. And put this Helix mattress to work for you. Let's go to the phones. We will start with Mark in Tennessee. Mark, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What part of Tennessee are you in, Mark?
Franklin County.
Franklin County, Tennessee. How do you get the show?
I listen to it on the radio. I listen to iHeart, and I listen to it on podcast.
Okay, so you try all the different options. Okay, I got you. Well, what's...
Hey, I'm a 25-year football coach, born-again Christian, love to hunt and fish. You think I don't like me some Rick and Bubba?
I was about to say, my goodness, this is like you're hanging out with your friends.
Yeah.
Ran the triple option, best offense in football.
Oh yeah, I love it. Did you ever run the 8-man front with reading 3 techniques and here we come?
Oh, yeah.
Sound like our kind of guy.
Yeah, our kind of guy. All right, so what's on your mind today, buddy?
Well, hey, I was looking. My wife's asked me about the Braves the other night, and I said, well, I don't know who won. So I started looking up the World Series, and I hit this article by accident from CNN, and the title of the article was Braves may win World Series, but they have a bigger problem. And the whole article was about the Braves. Basically, it's a long article, and I didn't read it all, but the whole article was about the Braves no longer being black enough.
What? What for
and
this?
It just made me sick because it's obviously them just trying to stir up racial tension.
I was about to say, are they just bored? I mean, what this? So and then you have to bring this up. I mean, the last time I looked, you can watch sports, and they go and they try it during every era. The professional sports, especially once we got through the civil rights movement, and you know that it kind of turned into we just want the best players on the field.
Yeah,
and so that may mean that your team has mostly black players. It may mean your team has mostly Latino players.
A lot of Latino players
in baseball because they have a culture and a heritage of being very good at that. And then you may have something like hockey, where there's more white players than any other. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, are there some stereotypes that appear to be that certain ethnicities seem to dominate certain sports? I think that is true, but I think it's just a fact. But there's always exceptions to that. I don't think there's anybody at the Atlanta Braves that says, "Hey, now look, we're trying to win a World Series. Here's the way I want. Here's the ethnicity of my lineup."
Yeah, I want a bunch of white
I don't think they care at all.
No,
there was a time in this country when people cared about that kind of stuff because they were ignorant. I just don't see that anymore.
Well, you can't yell for diversity in one sport and ignore it in the other sports.
Right.
There's no diversity. The best play, and I have no problem with that, but I'll be honest, the NBA is not very diverse. The NFL is not very diverse, but that's okay. The best are out there. I really don't care. So, but it should apply when it goes the other way, too, in this particular team.
I want to go see my team play, and I want them to win.
Yeah.
And now do I care about the character?
Yeah, I don't want to be a bunch of crazy people.
Yeah,
but that comes in all races. But no race has cornered the market on that.
But the ethnicity of it is of zero concern to me.
Exactly.
I want the best players on the field.
Yeah, don't matter.
And I think that's probably what baseball is doing, just like what football's doing, what basketball's doing, what hockey's doing.
And these players, no matter what their race is, they get top dollar for their performance.
And notice I'm not mentioning soccer because I won't.
Yeah, because they don't know enough about it.
Yeah, I don't want anything to do with that.
That's true. I'm not sure how theirs lays out.
By the way, I watched rugby the other day a little bit. So I didn't know the rules as well as I thought I did.
Yeah, I don't know rugby rules. It looks kind of fun, but I don't know.
Here's the part I don't understand. Like they what I'd call scored. Okay, they got it in the end zone.
Yeah,
what I call the end zone, and then it's like they kicked what I thought was a kickoff, and then as soon as the other team got possession, they tried to kick like what I'd call a field goal. Like didn't even run a play
immediately.
Yeah, and then after that, it's like they got it kicked to them again. I don't
kicking that you didn't think would happen?
I'm not understanding what happens.
I don't picture a lot of kicking in rugby.
Like,
I guess I'm wrong.
There's a lot more than you think. But the thing gets me, like, I scored. What all happens next just seems weird to me.
Okay. So.
I understand the going down the field. I understand the scrum. I understand all that. But I don't.
I like when I get to pitching it.
Yeah. No, that's great. And I understand that completely. But I don't understand, like, sometimes a team will get the ball and immediately try to kick it. They're what I'd call the goalpost. The goalpost, or in rugby it's called the goalpost.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that.
But anyway, I thought I knew more about it than I.
You really won't get confused. What about in it 6-man rugby as opposed to?
Don't get me started on that.
Yeah.
And you know what I found? The rules confused me to the point that I left.
Okay, there it is.
Because I really just want to see everybody run that off.
And don't even bring in the Celtic football and all that.
Oh, they love it. I got immersed in that in Ireland.
Oh yeah, there's all
they a lot of heat.
You ever dabbled in cricket? You ever tried to figure that one out?
I did, and I just couldn't.
That's a weird little,
I don't know what's going on there.
I don't either.
We
got
got
weird pads on your knees and stuff.
Oh yeah, and then the way they bounce it off the ground, and then it looks like there's one going that way, then one going that way.
Somebody's got a paddle out
Nobody's
there.
got gloves on.
Somebody's hitting the ball with a paddle.
Right. Let's go to Craig in Gardendale. Craig, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Listen to ZZK.
Hey, it doesn't make any sense, but the one thing is racism sells. There's good money in racism. That's why they keep throwing it out, because they get their articles printed. Somebody will pay them. Kaepernick, I can't stand him, but he's smart because he can't make money playing football, so he's going to do like Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton. He's going to make a living on racism. I just wish they would add it to career day in high school, have a table up that says racism, and you could sign up and make a good living.
You're right, though.
Yeah. Bill in Alabama. Bill, go ahead.
Okay. When I was playing and getting my brains knocked out up in Virginia years ago,
yep.
When you're running down the field and you want to score a touchdown, you cross the goal line, and then you have to run around in the end zone, and wherever you touch the ball down for a touchdown is where you kick the extra point from.
Okay.
You can kick a drop kick for a field goal point anywhere on the field if you can make it. And a couple of years ago in the Super Bowl, a fellow was kicking, a punter was kicking, and he was doing an awfully good job. If you kick the ball out of bounds on the fly, like a punt, the other team gets the ball where it goes out of bounds. But if you kick it so that it lines up and so it hits inbounds and then bounces out, your team gets the ball where it bounces out. Kind of like a forward pass.
Weird.
Wow. I know. It takes some time. Am I willing to put in the time to fully understand? The answer is no.
No. Maybe I just need to watch about an hour.
Well, see, I'm.
Neither one of you listened to anything he was saying.
No.
Yeah.
You're all over
It
this.
was.
I think he said you punt it, and if it hits in bounds and goes out, your team gets it, and if it goes out, the other team gets it.
Well, here's what's happening, Speedy. Okay, you remember that?
Or something like
you remember
that.
time I went through that, Aaron? Y'all remember this when I wasn't taking any new friends because I couldn't take care of the friends I had.
Same thing with this sport.
Yeah, I can't take on any new sports, and because I'm fading on sports in general.
I know.
I'm getting where I don't really enjoy sports that much anymore. I don't know why that's happened, but it just has. And so I'm not going to invest in something I don't even fully know the rules because I don't even really care about the sports I already know the rules to.
Yeah, I can't I don't have room for another.
It's like, I dabble in sports now. I used to be really into it, and I dabble in it. And, but I'm not that guy. You know what I don't like are people that if something changes in their life, they think it should be that way for you too. I don't really care about sports anymore, and you're stupid if you still do.
Yeah,
I hate that.
Yeah, it's fine that everybody else.
I'm not making any kind of stand.
They're somehow more aware.
Yeah, I'm almost doing my self-examination. I don't know what's happened. I'm
the same way.
It just doesn't interest me anymore.
I used to watch everything,
and I think we've seen so much of it. I think we've really just started to burn out on it a little bit.
I know.
I don't think I have anything left to give to a team.
I don't.
Does that make sense?
I enjoy high school football because my son's involved, and I like going to watch
Sure,
other teams play.
absolutely.
But you're right. As far as there are some college games I'll watch, but not all of them like I used to. And the NFL, I keep up with the NFL on who's good, but I don't physically watch the game.
And then how long has it been since you watched the game from pregame setup all the way to the end?
NFL,
any game, it's
tough.
It doesn't. Well, like you said, if I don't have I know this person,
that changes.
Yeah, like I wanted to come see Taylor coach because he's my nephew.
Yeah.
If I don't have anything like that, I just can't do it.
I know.
And it's like I just can't. And I really do think it's that. I think we have invested because it's what our family did for a living. I think we've been through the emotional roller coaster of games really did matter. I don't want to put myself in that situation anymore.
Yeah, if you don't,
I got too many other things I need to be doing, so I can't attach myself to a team like that because I don't have the energy for it.
Yeah,
or really the time.
I agree.
And I don't want to feel that way anymore.
I'll watch in Auburn or in Alabama. I'll pretty much watch the whole game if it's a good game, but that's about it.
Let's go
if either one of them two will play.
Yeah, Garrett and Wetumpka, go ahead.
Hey, that article that the guy was referring to, it's actually about the fans, not the players. They're saying that they moved out of Atlanta.
They're talking about them leaving the real Atlanta. Okay.
All right.
All right, buddy. Was a little bit
all that
wrong.
we said, we take back.
We take all that back. Had nothing to do with the team. They're talking about the fans. Well, I got news for you.
Yeah, buddy. I've been to both stadiums.
I got news for you. Take a look at the dynamic of the ethnicity of the fans at really almost any game.
Yeah.
And you might want to get those ticket prices down if you care more about that for a lot of people. We'll do that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, let me add it. 8 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866, we be big as a number. All right, I think what we just discussed in the break is worth kicking around. So you remember we did the.
Yeah, man.
So we've all had different eras of the show where we've made Speedy, come here. We need to ask you something.
Speedy, get in here.
Speedy, we need to ask you something. Speedy. He may be on the phone getting up.
Oh, okay.
Is he on? He's on the phone. Okay.
Okay, never mind.
So, Ada, you can talk through the speaker because we may ask you to. So, we've all had different runs on trying to do better. Okay, we even had the summer of Bubba. That's been a while.
And Rick, for those who are new, tell them what trying to do better is. We say that all the time, and people are probably thinking, "What are they? They're going to quit cussing?
Is it their sanctification?" No. Well, that's ongoing. We hope. And if you've compared the years, there's been some success there. Not probably as much as they need to be.
But we throw "do better" around like everybody knows what we're talking about.
Well, what trying to do better means you're not wanting to commit yourself like to compete in some sort of upcoming run or CrossFit games, or you're not doing that. And you're looking at yourself as you get older, and you're saying, I'm going to try to do better
on
eating
and exercise.
And on exercises.
Now, let me tell you where this originated from. Do you remember this?
Right.
Used to make fun of us when we started doing it. He would be in his office. Ooh, y'all going to do a little better. And he wasn't doing anything. Remember? And he made fun of us.
Right.
Yeah. What's the wide today?
Yeah, until I hit 305.
And then also you said,
then suddenly it wasn't funny anymore. But anyway, so and then
he was making a line.
Well, you remember, and I got tricked into doing better by Sherry.
Yeah, that's true.
She told me I
worked.
I was supposed to go to something with her.
I do remember.
And
she said, "You go. Well, this is CrossFit."
And I was like, "This is CrossFit." She's, "No, it's not CrossFit." And they were using different terms then.
That's how they get you.
That's how they get you. But anyway, so we've all done different. And some of us are maintaining, trying to do better. Some have started doing better, then faded on various attempts to do better. And it is. And so we had a podcast about, a month ago? Mm-hmm. About a month ago.
A couple weeks ago.
Where the guy who has really helped me, Blake Prime.
Yeah, good old Blake.
Who I met through my wife and through our kids doing
also known as Prime Time.
Some athletic. Because I thought, well, they do athletic training. This person can help me. And so he said, look, you help me in the area of your life where you want to do better. And then in return, you as an older man, help me to do, you help me grow spiritually. I'll help you deal with this thing in your deal.
Explains
a little mentor. Yeah. And I think I've done, he's not near as frustrating to me as I must be to him. Okay. In this endeavor. And so anyway, because he and his wife are teaching a class with Sherry and me, and we're doing a multi-generational class. It's all going good. So anyway, I thought, we have all these fad diets and all these questions, and it is funny when people call this show to ask about this kind of stuff. It's funny.
It is.
And especially when Bubba, with some sort of authoritative tone in his voice, he'll take it on. You know,
act like he's just
right.
Authoritative.
Yeah, and so
I almost thought.
So we're worried because when we had Blake Prime and then Garrett, is it Trummel? Is his last name or Trummer? Trummel. But they
Rick, you know what it is?
Bubba Watson all over again.
Rick, it's trouble.
But Garrett. So anyway, they came up here and they did a podcast with us, and it's out there in the Rick and Bubba University archives.
Mm-hmm.
And since they've left,
thank you.
Yeah, it is Trummer. Okay. Since they've left,
that's an easy name, Trummer.
Since they've left, it's like Blake Prime is obsessed with all of us working out, and and somehow I've gotten caught in it. Now I was already working out, but now he's demanding more from me. What happened?
No,
Did we look that bad?
I think
was he shocked when he got
have mastered how to float through it, and
float through it's not the word.
Rick, you're the best.
Survive it.
Okay.
Well,
okay. You're the best at it. Rick, you've been the best at that my whole life.
I decided this is as much benefit as I need.
I mean, this is we were children.
And what this has made him do is look over in the corner and go, "Wait a minute, what's Rick doing?" You know, that's on you. I kind of blame this one here, and I'm pointing at Greg. When we did this for about 6 months?
I don't think it was that long.
5-6 months? I can't remember.
About 2 weeks.
Logistically, it was tough because of his travel.
Right.
Where we would have to meet one class, and if we missed that class, it messed up the day.
Yeah.
So
And it's
and,
at a time, a lot of times
Blake
we may
does
run
not
long.
like texts that hey I can't make it.
No, he doesn't.
Does not like that
Takes it
one.
personal.
And so
He'll also take your food jar and water up, throw it in the garbage. Too.
yeah, and then he would use these great excuses like I got to go, help mom and dad, all right, which that's gone now.
Right, yeah.
I still help him over here.
Right, but it's over here.
Yeah.
Right. And it just almost like you can't get on to me for what I've got.
Oh,
to
he'll
do.
throw it. He's
There's
unstoppable.
nothing wrong
So
with
then Blake would focus on me, and so I would go by myself sometimes, and I'd get partnered up with somebody overachiever,
I know.
and I'd think about you the whole time because
Yeah,
we'd always make a
we partnered
deal.
up. We had a deal.
No, yeah. No counting
But
here,
what's-
my friend.
but what started
But
this?
so anyway, so we see him at when he's about to do the podcast, and I don't know if it's the way
guess, do
is
look
it
that
the
out of
way
shape?
we look?
I actually thought I was thinner now than I was then.
And then
Something
apparently
about-
Helmsley's contacting him going to a move class.
Something about him coming up here, like he
he
said,
said, I got to save their lives.
No, he said this to me.
Is that what he's thinking?
He,
I don't
no,
know.
he said to me at church on Sunday. He said, "By the way, I need minimum 3 days a week from you." And I said, "I'm giving you that." I said, "I'm doing 2."
You aren't doing.
I said, "I'm
You're
doing
not doing 2.
I said, I'm doing 2 every week."
You're doing one.
No, I'm not.
Rick.
Win play show, I'm doing 2.
Somebody else is signing
and
in for
then,
you.
and then he don't think he won't do
I
that.
know.
And then the third is a floater, and he didn't like this third being a floater. He said, "You really need to be in there on Thursdays, and that's more of the cardio day." And I said, "Okay." I said, "I will do that." And he goes, "And you need to start considering some Tuesdays too. I'm tired of hearing you talking about the partner workout."
And for those of you who don't know,
I
Blake,
don't
he
like
doesn't
partner
talk like that.
Yeah, I don't like the partner
really
workout. I'm not going to do a partner workout. I don't want to work out
I
with
don't
somebody
either.
else.
And if I can go with
You know what I want? My day will be made if I look up and you two are
I'm
partners.
57 years old, and I ain't working out
I'll
with
tell you
another
this,
person.
if you want a partner, that's your partner you want.
Okay.
Right there.
Yeah.
'Cause
Okay.
It'll be the easiest workout you've ever had.
Hey, just stay with me. I told a guy one day, came in there, I said, "Hey, a lot of reps." And he wasn't paying attention. I think I can lift more. You can't lift more than that. A lot of reps. But look up here. You're going to lift it a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot of reps right there, buddy. Have you added that up?
Yeah. I've tried to use my dad's open heart surgery on him, and it won't work.
But what started it? What's got him on us again?
It was getting up here. I guess it's the way we look.
I guess so. He said the only one that had it going on was Bubba.
Yeah,
He
right.
said the rest of us need some help.
By the way, Masterful, I've got an update on Bubba's, him and pursuing Bubba. Bubba told me it'd be better for him if he just started first of the year.
No, he didn't.
No, I've got that in a text right here.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did. That's brilliant. Then he told me Sunday we're gonna lose 20 more pounds. I'm like, 20?
you?
Yeah. Man, what started this?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. Ooh, there is no other waking on their blubber.